over, the sun is out, and it's time to get the American muscle cars on track for Trans Am 2022. Sebring International Raceway at 3.5 miles and a former World War II airfield is fast through 1, then heavy on the brakes through 2, 3, 4 and 5, opening up at Big Bend and under the bridge to the hairpin at 7, up the Fangio Straight and into 10 and 11, which is Collier, then a right turn at Tower, Bishop is 14, Le Mans 15 and 16, and then the Ullman Straight, a long, long run all the way to the final corner, which is Sunset Bend. That is a lap of Sebring International Raceway. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Sebring International Raceway. It's a beautiful morning here in Central Florida as we get ready for a full day of racing from both Trans Am and SVRA, which we call the Speed Tour. Welcome to you around the world. We had viewers from all over the world yesterday, and we hope the racing will be as good and as frenetic and fun as it was yesterday. We start our weekend, and it's already underway because the cars are on track with International GT, and a somewhat appropriate way to start our weekend because some 55 cars involved in this. This is the Enduro portion. They have 2 sprint races and an Enduro throughout the weekend. And over the day, we have, starting, like I said, with International GT's Enduro. We'll follow that with all the group races from SVRA Historic Racing here. And then the big race of the day today, the feature race at 1 p.m. local time. That's 1 p.m. Eastern, Florida time. So if you're interested in Trans Am and it's TA2, that's our feature race, some 75 minutes coming up. Turn our attention first and foremost to this. And as you can see, the airport in the background, the famous airport. This is a track that goes back to, well, its origins are that it was a World War II airfield. And of course, part of the track is airfield, part of the infield obviously made. But they needed some long straights. They wanted a Le Mans feel to it, and that's what they got. And this is why this is also the home of the 12 Hours of Sebring. And you'll see these sorts of cars here in a couple of weeks' time. And many of these drivers, in fact, many professionals, some of them semi-professionals, some of them driver coaches, and some of them just gentleman drivers enjoying Porsche racing. And it's not just Porsches, we've got Ferraris as well. So there's a Stuttgart Cup and a Maranello Cup. And the Mission Foods GT3 Cup trophy featuring cars from the 996, 997s, and GT3 Cup cars. Cars that don't often find, as life moves on, a place to race, but they've got one here, and we have got a cracking field of over 55 cars. And just to give you an idea, we've had the 2 races already, and in those 2 races, Tom Pank had a great result in the first race, and then we had a real cracking race in race 2, Stephen Hammond beating Tom Pank in that race. Tom Pank's son, Lucas, also racing in the GTs. David Twatty and Bob Neopol were the top 4 in yesterday's second race. But perfect conditions for racing here. As you can see, they're drifting through turns 2, 3 and 4 high above. And there's the different forms of asphalt I was mentioning. And there's the airport in the background I was just mentioning. And a big fan of IGT is the man who was going to do a grid walk, but I think we got caught unawares. They all went out. Left you on there.
Yeah, the great thing about what we're doing with RC and race control is we start at 8, which means we can do these 2 pace laps, and technically we can do the green flag at 8. Because we're always trying to fit about 16 hours of racing in an 8-hour window.
Yeah.
So any little 5-10 minute advantage we can get, we will take.
And why not start the day with an advantage, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be chasing, and I know his job. I mean, you're chasing it all day, aren't you? Really? Never easy. Well, we've had some good racing from the 2 sprint races. I just mentioned that. And I think we're going to get the same again. I mean, these guys are dialed in now.
Yeah, this is a great group. International GT Race 3. And such a great grid of these cars. Like I was saying at the grid walk, when I was a kid, I would have had all of these cars as posters in my room.
Yeah. And of course, these sorts of cars have got a huge history with Sebring itself. I just mentioned the 12 hours, and of course you'll see 911s and 997s aplenty here, 911s as well.
So I have a text that I got actually from Nathan Bird's dad. It says, my son Nathan is racing in the IGT series with TLM, racing this weekend. It's his first ever weekend in a Porsche. Finished second in the 4.0 class yesterday morning, which is amazing.
Yeah.
And he's sharing a car with David Tuwadi, and the TLM group. They brought so much fun to
Nathan
International.
Bird, there he is. Yeah, I see.
Yeah. So he's 22 years old, been racing for 2 years.
Wow.
That is amazing.
Well, that means he's got a big history, a big future ahead of him. That's great. So watch out for the number 68 of Nathan Bird and David Tuwadi. Now, how does it work with two cars? I mean, two drivers. They come in and do an automatic pit stop. I see Mike Skeen is on the roster as well in the number 77 with Mike Mathis.
Yeah, we're going to see them changing. They have to come in for a mandatory 5-minute pit stop. And the reason we do that is because with limited crews and safety, we don't want anybody to rush maybe a possible tire change, which is pretty rare. These Pirelli tires are easily will do the Enduro, but it's the fuel. It's the rushing of a fuel change can be, or the putting on the seat belts. So if we don't put them in a rush, that they can take their time fueling, take their time putting on their seat belts, it's just a safety concern. And it's fair for everybody then, because if we did real pit stops, everybody'd have to hire real pit crews that are, trained at this. But we're coming to green right now as we ride on board, I think, with Stephen Hammond. He ducked out yesterday at the green. Let's see what he does here.
Here we go then. IGT away and running early morning here at Sebring. What a great start. What a beautiful sight too. 55 cars. Majority of which are Porsches, but we've got the odd Audi out there as well as several Ferraris.
So here they are going into Mission. Pank. Oh, Tom closed the door on Steve Hammond. Now that was great driving by Stephen Hammond. He knew that Tom Pank had the fender on him, gave him the room. It was a great pass by Tom, but I give all the credit there, Steve Hammond, for letting that happen. Collected himself, and look, he lives to drive another lap, and he's passing Tom Pank right back there. Steve Hammond, hats off to you, buddy.
Yeah, these two are really going at it, and they have been all weekend, and this front four, again, starting to form. I love that piece of string he's got in there. You can really see the G-force working. Yeah. When that string is hanging down, it means it's going nowhere. When it's going from left to right like that, that's the G-force that's acting on him in terms of what it's like to be inside that car. So it's a good indicator.
Yeah, you're
Pank
right.
Under pressure.
Now the tree that was hanging from that string, the air freshener, that's fallen off.
Gone.
Yeah.
Well, they removed that for weight, maybe.
Maybe.
Who knows?
But there's the car, Stephen Hammond. Really great showing. The 4-liter class. He had a great showing with his dad at Daytona. And glad that he's back more with us racing because, man, that guy can put on a show.
I mentioned the fact that we've got professional racing drivers, we've got semi-professionals and even instructors out there. But when you see the likes of Guy Cosmo and a few other big names that, Skeen and so on, you really get a feeling that if a man's out there, for example, you get a real feeling that this is not just a gentleman's race at all. There's some really good pedals out there.
Yeah, the number 119, Chris Ruppel and Eric Zitza. Eric Zitza of Zotz Racing is one of our best Porsche drivers in the paddock. Looks like we're under double yellow.
Yeah. Yeah. Confirmation, there's the caution.
Turn 1.
Oh. What happened here, do you think? That's a weird one. He may have got a touch there and got turned around.
Yeah, the debris at turn 1 indicates metal to metal, and then the fact that it was a high-speed contact because the debris field is quite a bit further than the car. And that's what happens. It's a really wide turn 1 that then funnels down to. So you come into turn 1, about 6 lanes.
A couple of cars coming in. Now, is there a pit window of actual for the official pit stop, or can they come in any time?
We'd have to ask Ken that. With SVRA, you have to do 2 laps before you can pit. So right now they would be breaking the rules, but I think International GT, it's pit whenever. And so some of these, like Mark Matisse, for example, if he was to come in, his partner Mike Skeen, TA2 champion, we're going to see. So see, they're not in any kind of hurry. No. They've got a stopwatch. And
well,
they're just telling them, here's what I'm doing. So
early,
a lot of these Porsches, they don't have to refuel. They don't have to change tires. So he's going to pit now because pitting under caution is not full-time speed. So that's a good strategy if it works out, because if it stays green the whole time, he should win by a lap if he's on pace.
Yes, good point. So there you see on the top left-hand side of your picture, Stephen Hammond, winner already yesterday, David Tuati, and Nathan Bird, the man you were talking about, in second place. So what a introduction he's having. Pedro Torres in third place, Reg Williams is looking for a good result, currently in fourth place, Juan Feyen in fifth, and Chris Ruppel and Eric Zitza. What a great name.
Yeah. Team Zatz.
Zitza.
And there is James Hammond in seventh, Stephen Hammond's dad. But we're off. No, there he is. Okay, he was behind our beautiful Honda Civic pace car. There's Stephen Hammond, followed by David Tuati, Nathan Bird in that right.
And I'm assuming that your second drivers, not all of them have got two drivers, but when I look at Mike Skeen and Pipperman, they're looking to do the second stint as the more professional or potentially faster drivers.
Yeah, and so if Pipperman was my teammate, I would come in right away. You know, why not, why not put the race in the hands of somebody a little more qualified than myself? And, you know, I think she could pick up a victory for the team a lot more than I could. The way a lot of the drivers think, the longer the pro can be in and the amateur out, the better chance of moving up.
Yeah, exactly.
And so they're all here to have fun.
Exactly. Well, we're under caution here in our first race of the day. Welcome to Sebring International Raceway as we take you through the International GT race. This is the third race of the weekend for IGT, as it's called. Ken Fengler, who you were going to speak to on the grid, but we got rumbled. They got out early, which is a good thing because we want to keep on time. A lot of races to come. We've got, 5 or 6 groups of SVRA races still to come, including some stock car races, all stock car, with the likes of Joe Nemechek back in action. Really looking forward to that. And then, of course, a massive field in TA2. Go ahead.
I wanted to talk about the 343. He was just coming through turn 10 there, or our camera position. Number 343, Jimmy Adams in a 2014 Porsche GT3 Cup car, Featherlight paint scheme. He is the owner of Featherlight Trailers, the best trailers in the business. Like, I've pulled Featherlight trailers. They make it so much easier. They track straight, and the weight on these Featherlight trailers make it so much easier. So if you are in the market to buy a trailer to haul your race car, make sure you look at the Featherlight trailers because your truck's engine and transmission will thank you for it.
So this is one of the leaders, Bob Neopol and Lonnie Pechnik, in the pits at the moment. So, like you say, if the theory is right and they get out there while this caution's on, that's going to be a good hot seat.
So, when we go back to green, they're going to look 2 laps down, but you're going to see by the end of this, they might be 1.5 laps ahead. It's all just working out the math. So if they're doing, let's say, 2-minute and 5-second laps under race, and here they're doing 4-minute laps under pace, it's going to make up, the math is going to work out itself. Now, if we go to full course caution again, it might be a wash.
Look at that, they're putting the old cooler. He's not sweeping up leaves.
Yeah.
He's just cooling his driver down.
Yeah.
I just saw the hand out of the Honda Civic telling the drivers that there's one more lap of caution to go. There's obviously a lot of metal and debris down at turn 1. That's why we're under caution. We haven't seen the incident yet, but it's obvious that one car at least was involved in a little fisticuffs, a little touching, because, as you say, a lot of debris on track. And we're approaching that incident right now. And as you can see, as they pass our commentary position, they are still under caution.
Yeah, you can hear the blowers. And International GT is not about metal-to-metal contact. That's a really unfortunate. It does unfortunately happen, especially with a group of 51 cars.
Yeah.
But this group is a clean racing group, sportsman racing, lots of fun. So it's unusual to have a metal-to-metal contact.
What
like
a beautiful sight, Ben. I mean,
yeah.
I've watched Porsche racing around the world. I've done a lot of Carrera Cup stuff, but I've never seen a field this deep.
Okay,
Amazing.
so they're starting to come in. There's the RS1 and the Stuttgart Cup. RS1 is one of the big teams here. That's the number 12.
Again, no real drama, so this caution causing a little bit of chance for a little deviation to the race strategy.
So speaking of, this is Joe Rizzo in that number 12 and Spencer Pumpelly.
Oh.
So that's a pretty big name about to jump into that Stuttgart. So if Spencer Pumpelly's jumping into that Stuttgart Cup,
I've got a feeling that Spencer's probably just warming up for the 12 hours.
I just got word from the radio that 67 may have come out ahead of 72.
Okay.
So we'll have to see. So yeah, we're in the 72. So we have a new leader, but not. He's a lap down, but he's out front. Yeah. But man, the strategy of getting him out front is going to really work out because he should be faster. He has a free track to move up through the field. That nice job by Bob Neopol and Lonnie Pechnick's team.
But did Lonnie get in the car? That's the question. I didn't see a driver change, so I presume that Bob Neopol's still in the seat.
But what they can do now is they've already done their 5-minute change, so they can come back in and do a driver change in as fast and as safely as they can and go back out.
I see. Well, the sun came up. We had a little bit of a misty morning, early doors, as they say in England. And, yeah, it blew off very quickly, and as you can see, the white sunshine coming out. It's been very dry here in Florida, and it's very dusty offline. That was a factor yesterday. And, in fact, you were saying that even the photography roads are dusty, and that's blowing dust onto the track as well. But if you saw some of the qualifying up last night, I'm thinking of Connor Zilic, he hit the dirt and really threw up a real rooster tail of dirt offline. So I think that's a factor to watch out for today. Still under caution then in our first race of the day, IGT. This is their third and final race of the weekend. Tom Pank winning race 1 and Stephen Hammond winning race 2. I would have said that this probably should do it. We'll see as we go down the Almond Straight whether...
The lights are off the pace car. And let's see if Stephen Hammond can get by Bob Neopol, because it's going to be a huge strategy. But Bob Neopol with that car, the GT4R, instead of the GT4 that Stephen Hammond is, should have just a little bit more power drive.
Here we go then. The pace car has signaled that it's coming into the pits and therefore will be racing after this. Here he comes. He will jink right, and he does.
And now it's up to the 67.
Now look to the left for the green flag. It waves now, and away we go. Once again, International GTs. Beautiful sound.
Neopol is not pulling like he should be. And look for the 68 to duck in there. Stephen Hammond staying right on the rear. This could be a war of strategy as we look there at the 27 of Bob Wyson.
And we go on board with the second place man, and this is the weaving through 3, 4, and 5, and coming up to the bridge at 6, and Big Bend is next. And the next overtaking position is that hairpin. We've got 44 minutes to go of the 1 hour, and like we said, a compulsory pit stop. So the whole field now driving towards that last hairpin moment of braking, and one of the Ferraris dipping out there and going up the inside. That's the 17.
Juan Fayen.
Yep.
Beautiful car. 2021 Ferrari 488 4-liter.
Yeah, we got a 458s and a 488s out there. And down the Fangio straight and into 10 through Collier and 11 and coming up to Tower. And already the field spreading out quite dramatically as we again look at that number 17 car. It's a lovely looking car, isn't it?
That is, yeah. Very nice.
And like you said, there's different categories of racing here. You've got the Maranello Cup, and that obviously stands for Ferrari. You've got the Stuttgart Cup, which is where they make the Porsches. And so,
yeah, the Stuttgart Cup is like the Caymans. And then we've got the Mission Foods GT3 Cup Trophy, which are the more Porsche 911, the Cup car.
Yeah.
And then we have usually some exhibition. So if you're watching right now, Bob Neopol, the person that looks like he's leading the race, is actually a lap down. And he needs to stay ahead of these drivers because he needs to be pulling ahead and trying to make that lap back. And he will if it stays under green, because everybody is required to take a pit stop. That's Chris Ruppel, Eric Zitzer right there in the 119 as they come around Big Machine Vodka. Spike Cooler, turn 17, side by side there.
Oh, that was a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, I didn't like that. That's Reg Williams, really good driver in the 008. Look at those wheels. Beautiful wheels. Fixie Wheels just came in as a sponsor of International GT as our beautiful cars go into Mission Foods Turn 3.
So I'm going to keep an eye on both Tom Pank and Bob Neopol. I've got Neopol down in 29th position at the moment in Guy Cosmo. That's going to be interesting. Just behind them, Jody Miller and Pippa Mann car. And Matthias and Skeen car just behind them at 31st. So there's some interesting combinations a lot further down the field than you'd expect. But things could change quickly with that pit stop.
Look at that. This is just really fun racing to watch. And Miller in the Pippa Mann car. The number 3, that's a 2018 Porsche GT3. I don't know if there was a driver change, but look for Pippa Mann, who was just with us at Daytona.
Yep.
She couldn't race at Daytona because she was just a few days away from having a baby, I believe.
Yeah, Pippa's from England originally, but she's raced most of her career here in the States, and she's a perennial entry to the Indy 500. She tries every year to get there, and she's been pretty remarkably good at raising the money and making it to the 33. She's never torn up too many trees. She's never won the 500, but just to be there and to gain the money and to gain the notoriety as another female able to make the big show, always good.
I'm real puzzled. I need some Porsche people to tell me why Steve Hammond in that 4-liter can keep up with that GT4R of Bob Neopol down that long straight. It's just something that I'm looking at. I'm sure some of you are watching, wondering why that is. So leave a comment if you're watching on speedtour.tv on our YouTube page, or if you're watching on Facebook, leave us a comment. What's happening there that I'm just not seeing or understanding? And here's the Featherlight car there of Jimmy Adams, 343. Beautiful car with the Featherlight paint scheme. Coming into the 77.
It's almost one note sound out there, isn't it, with all those Porsches? Haven't seen the Audi yet.
Yeah, Geronimo Guzman, we're missing you. I don't know. I saw him last night. He didn't mention that he wasn't going to be out there. I don't know what's happening.
Field spreading out now, and with 39 minutes to go, the usual pit stop is about the halfway point, makes sense. But I suppose you also look for traffic as well, and as we saw, you're not expecting a caution like we did, but if we get another one, I think they'll all dive straight in, don't you?
Yep. Now, I was at grid, and Todd Sloan, who's now 16th, had to start in the back. He didn't have his belts buckled. I think he got to grid a little bit late. They were working on something, and had to take the green from the back of pit lane. And so working his way up to 16th, that's pretty good for Todd Sloan in that number 25. As we watch Stephen Hammond here. Now watch this for my Porsche fans. He's really getting a good exit out of 16, but how is he staying with this GT4R? That GT4R should be gapping him here a little bit, to my feeble understanding of Porsche. He's getting the draft. You can see that clearly. But I thought that the 4R would be gapping him.
Well, first of all, he's braking later.
Yep.
That's for sure. And look how close he's got as they go through Sunset.
It could just be driver ability.
But he loses on the torque, on the acceleration down the main straight just a little bit.
And Tuati and Bird right behind Steve Hammond.
Well, you mentioned it. Nathan Bird looking for a better result than yesterday. He's already had a second place, and David Tuati, who's been a part of IGT for many a year.
You know, if I came into racing brand new like Nathan Bird is and got a second place in a 50-car field in International GT, I might hang it up and just quit while I'm ahead. You know, that's really, really impressive for Nathan. Obviously, there are really good things to come for his career.
I mean, more and more we're seeing youngsters. I've seen it. We had a British GT champion a few years ago who won in a Porsche 911 and then went on to Asia to win the Carrera Cup. His name is leaving me now. But it's a very, I mean, you wouldn't naturally think of Porsches as the obvious starting point. But if you can do it, it really does open up your career to any form of racing, because if you can get your head around racing at this level, in this kind of car. And I was talking to Mark Miller yesterday about this. He said that this car particularly is an easy car to drive fast if you're not a great racing driver. But a lot of great racing drivers race against each other in these cars, and rather than chasing just good lap times, they're chasing increments of tenths. In comes the 5. That's Michael Martin and Eric Zitza.
So I don't know how he's doing this, but according to our sheet, Eric Zitza is racing 2 cars. That's
pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a driver change.
Okay, so sorry, ladies, I'm trying to make sense of this, but you can see Steve Hammond trying to duck out there. And David Tuwadi, look at the plane in the background.
Nice.
Nathan Bird, that car is really staying with Steve Hammond. So I believe David Tuwadi started the race.
It'll all come to full fruition, don't worry. Todd Sloan currently in 14th position. Lucas Bank, Tom's son, just starting out as well. He's in 15th at the moment. That's a much better showing from him compared to the previous 2 races. And still in the top 10, John Reisman, who had a pole position for the first race. He's in 9th. In fact, he's doing some SVRA racing as well. He's in 9th position at the moment, just ahead of Marcel Fayem. Tim Savage in 11th. Javier Ripoll in 12th.
And there he is, Reisman, in that Interlaken Inn livery red and black car. He is one of the sponsors and marketing partners of the International GT Series. Has a really nice resort hotel right near Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut. Beautiful facility. So if you're coming to Lime Rock with us for the Memorial Day Classic, look there to spend the weekend. You will have a great time with John and Paul Reisman. Interlaken Inn.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with some of the hotels and resorts, almost every track, VIR, Road America have got one big resort inn, hotel, where a lot of the races stay. But boy, do you have to get it early if you want to stay there, because they are locked out and booked out most years, because they know the racing schedule. They know that they can attract, the racing drivers and the teams. And so if you want to stay there, you've got to get in quick. But it's a great experience, there's no question. Same at Road America and many others.
So here it is, the Jody Miller Pippa Man car, followed there by the Jimmy Adams car, the 343. Look at that, getting a little wide.
And that on the dirt.
That Featherlight car.
And that car, actually, Jody Miller and Pippa Man, just doing a 2:13.4, their fastest lap of the race.
Look at how rough that is, coming through 17. There's just a couple of places you can put your wheels that doesn't get rough, and if you miss it, it can really upset your handling.
Headlights on then for Stephen Hammond.
No, that's Neopol.
Neopol, excuse me, that's Hammond.
Yeah. And then there's Tuwadi and Bird. Coming into Mission Foods turn at Sebring International Raceway. This is a great angle here, great shot of he's taking that late apex to set him up for this part. Now this is a crazy part. If you don't know anything about Sebring International Raceway, it is a track basically designed to break your car. I was talking to Larry Bishop at MCO Gears yesterday, and they basically have to set up their transmissions to run like 24-hour Le Mans to run a 6-hour race here at Sebring. It's just that rough on the gear.
Yeah, they talk about the 12 hours. I don't think you could do a 24 hours here. I think you could just...
Yeah, I was talking
car would
to
rattle into pieces.
The Audi team years ago with that LMP car that's racing with us.
Yep.
And they think if they can do the 12 hours of Sebring, they have no problem with the 12-hour Le Mans.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so these cars, these Porsche GT, what are called cup cars, are designed to race. And you can tell that they can handle this track really well. There's just enough give in the suspension to handle the bumps, but they've really got a lot of good grip, mechanical grip, and downforce to stay around these turns of speed.
I mean, this is almost quite good for Stephen Hammond because he knows the situation.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to attack. He just needs to follow the lines, and I guess he's fairly comfortable. He's obviously got to watch his back, but he's got no fear about the man in front of him because he's effectively a lap down. But that could all change.
Yeah, but I think the pride in anybody would like to lap the leader. You know, the person that started the race on pole.
He's getting the slipstream here down the back straight.
Uh-oh. That's not a good line. Don't get caught up there.
No, he's dropped back in.
You're
back
right.
On the front straight.
You're right. Bob Neopole does have a little more torque out of 17. Stephen Hammond's out braking him into 17.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed in the last couple of laps anyway. But that front group now pulling away.
Okay, here comes Jimmy Adams taking a different line. He's going to try to late apex 17. There's Reisman there in that inner lake and in.
Silver 37 of Jay Smith and Corey Freeman yet to take their pit stop. They started 10 in the GT4R. A 209.8 they said in qualifying. From Virginia. Right, here you go. Trying to see the number.
Looks like 987, 981.
Fuel going in and fire extinguisher ready. Safety paramount, of course. And now, with halfway through this race, we'll start to see more of the cars coming. What would you say, about 4 or 5 made that early pit stop during the first caution?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to calculate that, but anecdotally, just from what we saw on the camera, I'd say about 4 or 5.
Yeah.
There's a car there pulled off down in that runaway spot, so we didn't have to go full yellow. Looks like with a mechanical. Didn't get a shot of the car. But there's the 176 of James Hammond. Beautiful paint scheme on that car. Really like that car, followed by Jimmy Adams.
Now, I'm assuming the Hammonds are related.
Yes, father-son.
Which one's which?
Stephen, the son, is leading the race.
And James is dad.
Yep. But James is doing well here in 6th place overall.
Yeah. Good showing. We've got quite a few father-sons in this paddock, haven't we?
Yep.
Races.
And racing with Jimmy Adams in that Featherlight vehicle is Mike Skinner, NASCAR champion.
Yeah.
Pole position of the Daytona 500 a few years ago. And then if you watch the Grand Tour on Amazon,
yes,
he
I
was
didn't
the
realize
American.
he was such a celebrity.
Yeah.
What was he doing on Grand Tour then?
He was the American that would, like the Stig in Top Gear, he was the American test driver.
I love it. So just to be clear, the 67 you're watching leading this race at the moment is a lap down simply because he's taken a pit stop. And he could all come into play once they've all shuffled through their pit stops. So effectively, as you can see on the top left of your screen, Stephen Hammond leading the race at the moment from David Twatty and Nathan Bird. Pedro Torres, we haven't seen much of him in the 11th, is in 3rd. But there are 28 minutes to go, just over.
Yeah, it's confusing when you said that. I keep thinking just from visuals that Bob Neopole is in the lead.
Yeah.
So we are in the leader's car right now, Stephen Hammond, who is just driving a very smooth, consistent race throughout the Bishop's Bend. If you only knew how difficult this really was, this track. Setting this up, the most important corner here at Sebring, turn 16, setting this up, getting the power down, and he's just trying to get into the slipstream of that very fast GT4R of Neopole.
We're hoping to have Kerry Hitt, of course, one of the TA drivers for many a year, up in the booth again. He's not racing this weekend, but I asked him which is the toughest corner for him here at Sebring. And interestingly enough, he said Bishop. He said it's one of those corners that teases you every lap because you think you can take it flat, and you can, but it can be all sorts of trouble if you do. So he said it's always wanting you to come in there faster. And that was the area through Bishop and Le Mans just before this particular section, which is, of course, the Ullman Straight.
So now the field is starting to spread out. And in this Enduro race, you really see that Ferrari hit the brakes, come down. Let's see how he goes through. You'll see a blue dot on the bridge right there at the top of your screen. That is supposed to be where you are supposed to hit the mark. And I was saying that a Skippy Barber instructor, Jim Pace, who we all love and just lost just a couple of years ago, painted that many years ago at Daytona 24-hour winner of Jim Pace as this is where you're supposed to hit it. And then talking to Thomas Merrill, who came from Skip Barber Instruction, he said, yes, that's where we tell all of our students that's the quickest, smoothest line through turn 17. So they're all trying to go through under that blue spray-painted dot.
So we're keeping an eye on when the major pit stops will start to evolve. And I can hear cars already coming into the pit lane. Can't quite see from my position who, what, where, but we've got Tony Garcia, who will be running around and making sure that we do. But the complexion of this race will change dramatically in a few moments as they come through the hairpin once again at 7. Up on Fangio straight.
There's Jimmy Adams right there behind James Hammond. Two Jimmys fighting it out. And there's Todd Sloan. Man, nice job, Todd. He's coming in. Looks like we are going to have a tire change here. This is pretty rare, but he might have gone out on scuffs. And the team knows that they've got the chance to put this on. So this might be a strategy that they think we're going to finish this race with brand new Pirelli P0 tires.
Well, they all stick to tires. You see the stickers.
Well, this could change everything. We get a number on that car, Tony, 03. See, Tony is always on it. I love that dude. That is Marcel Fayen,
yep.
GT4, 2019, Coconut Grove, Florida. I love Coconut Grove, Florida. There's a Cafe Two Tango there that I always eat at. There's so that blue dot.
Yeah. We'll start to see more and more pit stops now, but this Ferrari-Porsche battle here is not coming into the pits anytime soon.
Now watch the front end of this car fall down if he gets on the binders here. That might be yeah, there it is. Just a little touch of the brakes. That's all he needs. That's a really fast turn 1 as they come down here into Mission Foods, turn 3. Probably the corner, the most treacherous corner this weekend. We've seen a lot of melee happening there.
Yeah, and it's certainly taken out a few over the years as well because it's the heavy braking there, the first heavy braking of the lap. Nicholas Groombridge is the man chasing in the 56, who qualified 24 in that GT3.8. Here we go with a driver change.
This might be Tuwadi and Bird, and there's James Hammond coming in. So
now we're starting to see it changing quickly. Yeah.
So here's the car.
James Hammond is in.
All right. Let's see what we do here. This is Nathan Bird strapping in. Let's see if we can find David Tuwadi, because I've never seen David Tuwadi get out of a car unhappy.
So who was it that gave you the information on Bird?
His dad.
Yeah,
texted
so
me.
He's tuning in. I hope he's enjoying this.
Phone and find.
All right. So the Tuwati, David Tuwati and Nathan Bird car in the pits at the moment, as are several others. James Hammond has also come in. The leader, Stephen Hammond, has not. And coming down towards turn 1.
So now everything kind of changes if you're watching. David Tuati's given us some last-minute instructions. Hey, it might be slick here. Watch out for this here. If I had my son racing, I think I would pick Tuati. There he is. There's Bird to say, would you give my son some instructions? Would you co-drive? I can't think of a better instructor for these Porsche GT3 Cup cars.
Well,
Great guy.
That's another beauty of this series. You can work, if you do two drivers, you can work with a more experienced driver as a youngster, which is exactly what Nathan Bird is doing. Giving a bit of advice there, talking about the track, talking what to do, and away he goes. Thumbs up from him, big wave. Just checking all the dials, etc. Keep an eye on where Neopol moves up the field as each and everybody comes in to the pits. Of course, he's done his pit stop. He's currently 16. And here we go.
So that's the car we just saw get its tires changed. So we're going to keep an eye on that and see if that was a good strategy. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us on our YouTube or our Facebook feeds, please tell us where you're watching from. Tell us who you're rooting for, and give us some insight on these cars. Tell us what you're seeing. I know that we have a ton of Porsche and Ferrari experts out there. So tell us some of the insight that you're seeing, and we'll announce it and see if you're right.
They are about to head out. That was the second place team. Tuati and Bird, the doors were closing. I think they are ready to get out there. Neopol now up to 8th position. So it could be a gamble that's paying off at the moment. It's always hard to tell until everybody's back out and shuffled through. So here's your current leader on track, at least, but he's currently in 8th position because he's done his pit stop. So he's effectively shuffling through the order as the others come in. Away goes the 68. Now remember, they left in, they were in 2nd place before the pit stop shuffle. And likewise, the 176 getting ready to go out. James Hammond, he came in early too. But we've had pit stops very early when we had that caution. Of Neopol. Will he come in this time? Now we're back on board with car 72. That's Stephen Hammond coming into 7 at the hairpin and up the Fangio straight. Again, talking to Kerry, he said this is his favourite part of the circuit. It's very fast and a big kink either way, both ways, and then into 10, which is tricky. So at the moment it's Javier Ripoll leading the way, Tom Pank 2nd, Juan Feyen in 3rd, and Thomas Ballister now moving up to 2nd place ahead of Tom Pank. John Reisman. So now we're starting to see some familiar names. Andy Pilgrim, who won here in this race last year in 7th position. Bob Neopol, Guy Cosmo just behind them. And they now move up to 4th place as the pit stops start to shuffle through. It's going to be an interesting last 15 minutes to this, that's for sure.
Yeah, so as you see now, Bob Neopol and Guy Cosmo have moved up to 4th place. So their pit strategy's working. There he is, right there, Nathan Bird. Let's see if he can work his way back up through. And there's Stephen Hammond, who was leading, but came into the pits. Mark Matisse and Mike Skeen in the top 10. You can't ever count out Mike Skeen, as we've learned. nor Pippa Mann in 11th there with Jody Miller.
Yeah, Mike Skeen doing double duty. He'll be in action, on the feature TA2 race, but that's later in the day, so this is not a problem for him, no question. He's got the time and the energy probably to rest up and get ready for another 75-minute race in a Trans Am, which is no mean physical feat. And now Tom Pank picks up the lead.
There goes Reisman in the pits.
Mark Mathis, Mike Skeen's car, the 77.
Hey, Michael Woodall's watching from Nashville, Tennessee. Michael Woodall, I'm in Franklin, Tennessee. Welcome.
That was Juan Feon just going out in the number 17. Good. Welcome, Tennessee.
We've got somebody from Maine rooting for Pippa Mann and David Tuati's teams. Wilmington, North Carolina.
I'm watching Tuati and Bird on the live timing, and they're currently in 15th, having done their driver change.
Is Butch Leitzinger racing today?
He is not.
Well, he was in the lineup. He usually races with Juan Gonzalez, but I didn't see Juan Gonzalez take the green. Juan Gonzalez might have left, which means Butch Leitzinger, unfortunately, may not be in this race.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, the 81. Yes, they are down. But I haven't seen.
Are they in it?
Yeah,
oh,
They qualified 9th.
Yeah.
Juan Gonzalez, Butch Leitzinger.
A lot of time Juan has to leave on Sunday to go deal with his business. He does run a huge business, Mission Foods.
Well, most of these guys do.
I tell you what's cool. I brag to all my friends that hey, I know Juan Gonzalez. Because everybody loves their Taco Tuesdays. And Mission Foods chips, tortilla chips, salsa, queso. That is the way to go. If you also enjoy your Taco Tuesdays like my family does, and we love having Juan Gonzalez here, but understand he's got a busy schedule. There we are with Stephen Hammond.
Still Javier Ripoll out there. Tom Pank second.
Hey, I've got to give it up here. This is pretty funny. T. Osborne writes, do pit crews have to wear safety shoes? Now, T. Osborne, I got to tell you, I just texted some staff and said, hey, from where I'm sitting, some of the crews are breaking the SVRA Enduro rules. Now, I'm not sure if International GT operates under different rules, but that's a keen eye from T. Osborne.
What were they wearing?
So, T. Osborne, if you need a job with SpeedTour, we might need you to apply.
That's Russell Wittenberg in the 33 in the Cayman, 3.4 Cayman. Ormond Beach, Florida. So what did you spot? What shoes did you spot?
There are some people wearing fire suits at their waist. Supposed to wear the fire suits over their shoulders. There was one wearing some questionable shoes. So we'll see. I wish Ken Fangler was up here to clear this up with us.
188, that was Thomas Ballister just going through in the GT3.
And Tom Pank, we got to give it up for Tom Pank. I love hanging out with him. Just so much fun. Great crew. Kurt and his team at Ultra Performance do a wonderful job preparing these cars. Lucas Pank is out there racing. I think Lucas Pank just anecdotally might have gotten caught up in some of that melee early on in the race in turn 1 because I saw him come way back. Look at the window cleaners. Now that is a proper fire suit, helmet. That team is following the rules as I understand, except that man doesn't have gloves on. Supposed to have gloves on. So T. Osborne, you seeing the same thing I'm seeing here? No gloves. He's got the helmet. He's got the goggles. No gloves.
Wow.
Shoes look okay.
Tough Sunday morning for some of these guys with your eagle eye.
I don't know if the commentator's supposed to be handing out penalties, but as
you kind of fit in between the two, don't you?
Yeah,
really?
I am. This is kind of I have a weird job. I'm a race official, but also a commentator. Now he has his gloves. So maybe there's a loophole that I'm unaware of in IGT that the person fueling has to have gloves, going in has to have gloves, and maybe the window washer does not. But to my recollection, you're supposed to be having gloves. Look, Fixie Wheels coming in as a new sponsor there. We absolutely love that. Tony giving us that sound. 3.8. Good stuff. And now the crew's yelling at them. We're listening to the live stream, and you're supposed to have gloves on. That is
Javier Ripoll is the car that came in, and of course he was leading earlier. And now he's doing his pit stop, dropping down to 6, and he'll go further down, and that puts Tom Pank in the lead.
So T. Osborne is saying he'd volunteer to work for us. So T. Osborne, reach out to us.
All right.
So they're looking at the clocks. They're saying he's about to go out. Again, if you're just joining us, this is a mandatory 5-minute pit stop. The reason we do the pit stops is just for safety, so that the crews can just kind of get over the wall at their leisure, put fuel in if they need, change tires if they need. But the biggest thing really is the fueling. Take your time fueling. Take your time making sure that every single seatbelt is buckled in, the radios are connected, the pool suits are on. You know, this is for the fun of it. You know, so go out there and have some safe, fun racing. And it evens the field.
Yeah.
Everybody has to do a 5-minute pit stop, and there's some strategy. They start the stopwatch at a certain timing line that we determine at the beginning of pits. It ends at the end of the pits. A lot of the drivers will have the stopwatch there either on their steering wheel or on the roof of their car that they can hit so they can know exactly when to go in and when to go out. Because if you have a 5-minute and 10-second pit stop, you're not doing as well as the people that have a 5-minute exactly pit stop. But if you have a 4-minute, 59-second pit stop, you are penalized.
We're watching the 8th place Stephen Hammond in the Martini Hammond car, the all-red Martini colours, or at least Martini stripes, the famous colours, most recently used by Williams.
If our great PR team is watching, I'd like you to delete the comments that are in the YouTube feed right now by an OUHPY, please. Well, here we are, almost at 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where it's about to start really heating up.
Yeah, this is going to be a good finish between these two.
Thank you, Downforce 65, doing your due diligence here on our social media community. And so we're still showing Tom Pank in the lead according to the scoring, followed by Bob Neopold. But Mark Matisse and Mike Skeen moving up to 3rd place.
Yeah, Jody Miller and Pippa Mann in 4th now. They've just done their fastest lap at 2:11.5. So
I got to say, it's an honor to be able to say Guy Cosmo, followed by Mike Skeen, followed by Pippa Mann. Makes me feel like a professional commentator.
Well, they're certainly professional drivers. Look at that plane fly by. Don't worry, there is an airport here.
Yeah, exactly.
Before you start worrying, and it is a working airport. Used to be, this is where it got its name or got its start. It was a World War II airport back in the day.
The B-17s. This is where they were training.
Bombers.
For the European theater.
They were looking for some long straights, and that's exactly how Silverstone came to be. And so, that's why a lot of circuits have been built now.
A cool story, B-17s would have taken off from here and possibly landed at Silverstone.
Yes, good point. Very good point.
So still looking at Bird right there, really showing his talent in the number 68 TLM Dayglow orange car. So really cool to see what we're seeing here. We've got these professionals, up-and-coming professionals, and Bird might be one of those drivers in 10 years. We're sitting around bragging to our friends that we knew him once.
Yeah. Well, like you said, you rattled off those very well-known household sports car names here that are constantly at Daytona and Sebring, and even in the case of Mike Skeen, both in IMSA and in Trans Am this year. He's not doing a full season of Trans Am, but he's been picked up by the Three-Dimensional Services team, the former champion, and he's here this weekend to race for them.
There he is.
Entry, and there he is.
There's our leader,
Tom
Pank. From the state of Maryland with Ultra Performance out of Georgia, running it. Kurt, his mechanic. Very good crew and team. Tom Pank always putting on a great show. So to quote Ken Fangler, how much does Pank have in the tank to finish this race?
Well, I can tell you he's got a 4.2 second lead at the moment. over Bob Neopole and Guy Cosmo. Guy Cosmo in the seat at the moment, and likely in third, Mike Skeen in the driver's seat in his GT4.
Yes, down 465. He says he's homesick for Florida, loves the drone shots. That is a drone. I believe we're using a DJI drone. Mavic probably looks like a Pro 2, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah, it's really changed the complexion of racing, has drones, in the last few years, so you can really see the gaps for yourself rather than just rely on the timing. And in fact, I'm enjoying having it's the traffic that I enjoy seeing is you can see the leader, or hopefully you can pinpoint the leader, and then you can see the traffic they're getting to, especially at this point in a race where you just don't know. When you're looking at the timing sheets, you don't really know what's ahead of it. Yeah. Whereas when you go to the drone, you can easily see what is ahead, especially in those closing laps. You can see what he's going to have to deal with.
So, Jonathan, right now I'm looking at our SpeedTour TV broadcast, and I got to say, and I got to tell everybody out there, I'm not a commentator by trade. I do my best, and it was so great reading the comments last night because I'm learning so much. We have a ton of experts. Right now there are 411 people watching all over the globe, and I'd say probably 390 of them are experts. And the comments that I'm getting, the insights that I'm getting from the comment section, thank you guys so much. Keep it coming. Tell us when we get things wrong, and give us some insight. What are you guys seeing? Because the insight that's coming from these experts out there, and if you've ever wanted to yell at commentators, here's your chance, Give us some insight. Tell us to shut up or tell us to talk more about this car coming through right now. That's 6-7.
So what are you picking up, words of wisdom?
Oh, man, all kinds of stuff. They're talking about races in Barcelona, the fumes from the gases. It's the lava that they had to drink. It's just all kinds of fun. Really fun. We've had some, yes, it is GT3R. It's actually GT3 models. We've got some GT4Rs out there, but this is kind of GT3 Cup racing with Mission Foods. There's so much information coming through. It's like a scrolling Wikipedia over here in the comments section. I can't keep up. But now here we are under 6 minutes to go here at Sebring International Raceway.
Well, maybe I can clarify a few things. 3 different championships, late model Porsches, Ferrari competitors, primarily sportsman drivers and occasional professional drivers, as you've seen, as we've mentioned, in the likes of Guy Cosmo and a few others. We've got the Stuttgart Cup, the Mission Foods GT3 Cup trophy, and the Maranello Cup for the Ferraris. The Stuttgart Club includes 3.4, 3.8 litre Caymans, and the Mission Food GT3 Cup trophies for 996, 997s, and GT3 Cup cars of the last decade.
So again, Nathan Bird has somehow moved up to 5th place. That is unbelievable. Now there is, I thought that was Pippa Mann right there behind Tom Pank coming into the shot. I couldn't tell, but if it is, that's striking distance. Yeah, that should be Pippa Mann there that you see coming into Mission Foods turn 3. Right behind our leader, Tom Pank, but for some reason on our scoring it's showing that Bob Neopole and Guy Cosmos should be between them. So they may have come into the pits. Not sure what's happening, but we will get it all squared away.
Well, our graphics on screen do follow what I'm watching on the live timing from Race Monitor. And I've got Neopole now going into first place on my timing screens.
Okay, here we go. Now we're on board with Steve Hammond. Let's try to stay on this shot as he's in 6th gear.
Oh!
Yeah, no, we got to go to that. So that's the 56.
Now he's trying to keep that going.
Yeah.
That's Nicholas Groombridge.
Oh, that's unfortunate. 2014. Here we go. Back to in-car. Thank you, guys. So here we are. You're looking at the right. The green line, that's the throttle. The red line that's about to pop up right there, that's the brake. 4th gear. Hitting these are the paddle shifters.
Yeah.
And now this is the most important part. A little bit feathering the brakes there. 3rd. Now you're going to see is go up to 4th, up to 5th. Watch his top speeds. 100 miles an hour right there. Steve Hammond. This car looks really good. Look at that.
Makes it look standing as though he's standing still, and he's doing 130. That was
Something's
77
Skeen.
I
don't know Is he coming in? This is slow for Steve Hammond. But he's outside. He's not coming in. He must have gotten, I think that was just fully he got the draft. He started the draft, and that 3-car train just came up and got him. That's the bad thing about these long straights. Stephen Hammond drops back to 7th place. David Tuati and Nathan Bird still in 5th place. But, man, these in-car images are fantastic to see what these drivers are going through. Side by side into 3. I don't recommend that.
Good racing, though, isn't it?
But yeah, so see where his air freshener was there. You could, it's a good point, Jonathan. You could really see the G-forces that he's pulling there. Next time I might ask him to put a little lead weight there. We could really see it.
So battles aplenty in the closing stages of this. It's been a long race, and we've had one major incident as we watch the 67 of Bob Neopol fighting hard in the closing stages. Now leading this race.
Oh, we've got some Go Pippas. Yay, Pippas.
Yeah,
got a lot of Pippa
popular.
Man. Oh, yeah. She is one of my favorite people in the paddock. And it's so cool to see her, you know, just walking around the paddock, and Mike Skeen and Guy Cosmo, some big drivers. It's such an honor to have these drivers. Butch Leitzinger. I've been a long time fan of Butch Leitzinger.
Oh, somebody took to the dirt, and he's gone right off now and into the wall. I think he saved that just before the bridge, and that's a classic place to go off. You just take one wheel onto the dirt, and it's so dry out there at the moment that it just starts spinning up immediately. So your leader, Neopol and Cosmo. Cosmo at the wheel and bringing it home ahead of Tom Pank. And Mike Skeen in 3rd, Pippa Mann 4th. Nathan Bird dropping down to 5th, but that's still a good run by he and David Tuati. And Pedro Torres, who had been 3rd, down to 6th now, just ahead of Stephen Hammond. John Reisman is your top 8. We saw the 56 of Nicholas Groombridge stuck in the wall for a bit. Let's hope he's got it going. He's just done his fastest lap too. 1 minute to go then, and all eyes on this car.
Bob Neopol, Guy Cosmo, they played the strategy right. We were saying it. They were a lap down, but it looks like whoever came through made that call to come in. It's a good call. Tom Pank, though, still showing and scoring 1st place.
Yeah, the timing's not been easy on this at all, because it keeps swapping around between the two.
Yeah, it's the difficulty of these Enduros. It's tough to keep track of who's where once they pit. So let's see what happens when he crosses the line here.
Well, I've got the, it's the last lap board out.
There he goes. So Tom Pank must be in the pits, and we should see him dropping down. Could we get a shot of the pits from camera 1?
Now, do I see a truck on track? Yes, I do. That's not a good scene. Ooh.
Oh, there we go. Now, if you're wondering why a truck is out there in this race, that is the Sebring safety crew who will do hot pulls. The flaggers around the corner workers will show a white flag telling them there's a safety vehicle on track, and they will go out and pull hot so we don't have to go to full course yellow, which we really do appreciate. From Billy and Matt Muha, the safety crew here at Sebring does really fantastic work to keep us racing.
He's pulled off track now.
Billy Kingston.
It's scary. Final lap then for our first race of the day, the IGT, the International GTs, their 3rd race of the weekend. And we're looking at Tom Pank in that green and blue, bouncing his way through the famous Sunset Bend, as he will take the checkered flag, and does take it. So it was Tom Pank all the time. Bob Neopol is 2nd. Tom Pank will take his 2nd win of the weekend as he takes the checkered flag. A little confusing, I'll be the first to admit. But that's because Bob Neopol and Guy Cosmo took that early pit stop. So we were always kind of second guessing as to who was where, but the timing board's not able to keep up very easily, and likewise, therefore, throwing us the odd curveball. But Mike Skeen, Mark Mathis taking third place ahead of them, Bob Neopol and Guy Cosmo in second. And an excellent 2:07.6, the best time for Tom Pank. And well done to David Tuati and Nathan Bird, top 5, just behind Jody Miller and Pit Man. Pedro Torres does finish 6th, Stephen Hammond 7th, and John and Paul Reisman in 8th position ahead of Chris Ruppel and Eric Zitzer. And then rounding out the top 10, Marcel Fayed in the 03 car. Now the IGTs will be with us throughout the SVRA season, so they've got a big season ahead. This is their first round as well, and they'll follow where SVRA is, not at every round, but at several different rounds. And they're just seeming to find a nice home here with SVRA. It seems to fit nicely. And when it comes to Trans Am as well, you get the likes of the Skeens coming in to do a bit of extra driving, and they are welcome. So that concludes our first race of the day. Plenty more to come from Sebring. Stay with us. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from the Speed Tour. Join us in a moment.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to Sebring, and a beautiful day here in Central Florida, as you can see from our drone shot. We're giving you every angle we can. It's never easy with this sort of racing. You've got many types of different cars here, and obviously some are more climatic than others, but this one will be one of those more dynamic races for sure, because this is Group 6 and Group 12A from our SVRA, and we're looking at the number 1. And it is one of the most successful cars in our SVA groups. There is the champion Scott Borchetta, who will also be racing later today in our feature race in TA2. He's had a stunning rise through the ranks and now is very much a contender in TA2, but he loves to race his historics. And alongside him is Claire Schwendemann, who had a great race yesterday. And he in that 68 Chevrolet Corvette. So we're going to get two beautiful Corvettes going head to head, and the field of 30 cars, not all there yet, but starting to form up on the pre-grid as we take a look at the 111. That is Jonathan DeGainer in the Devon Evolution, away from him. So two groups out there, Group 6 and Group 12A. If you're interested on how the groups work, or if you want to get involved, go to the SVRA web page. Got plenty of good shots of this BMW yesterday. Tyler Sharon at the wheel with the BMW M2 CSR. Him in 7th on the grid, Jeff Lindstrom, that Ford Mustang Coupe. Jeff McKee in the 51 Mustang Coupe. Yeah, we're not going to miss a trick. Gary Moore, Mercury. Gary's been a part of SVRA and this group racing for quite a few years now. Always puts out an immaculate car. Ivy Motorsports. No surprise that it's Shannon Ivy at the wheel. The Camaro. Some of the drivers do East Coast only, some of them do all the races, but we tend to get different groups and different cars as we go around the USA. Obviously, making the trail to the West Coast is quite a long way to go, so we'll probably, when we go to Sonoma and Laguna, have a completely different field in this particular group. John Strauss in the 14A there. Several BMWs here. 99 of Bill Glavin in the M2. And it's starting to heat up. It was very hot by the end of yesterday, and it's been dry and hot here in Florida throughout most of the last 10 days or so. You can just see the lakes in the background. We're right in the middle, central Florida. If you don't know where Sebring is, of course, the racing community does, because it's pretty much identified as that, but of course it's also the fruit growing where the oranges grow. Scott Shadle in the Camaro from 1969. Carlo Falcone in that Bizzini. And it's so interesting. Bizzarini, Soup of Nuts, he calls it. I think that's his addition. It's definitely a Bizzarini, but I don't know where the soup to nuts comes from. He added that, but it's fun. The 67, James Dolan, that Shelby GT350, beautifully prepared. And then there's classic blue and white colours too. So quite an array of different cars, the most modern being that Well, there's a Dodge Viper from 2010, but we've got a BMW MT that's 220. And then we've got cars that go back to 63, well, 61. We have a Jaguar XKE. Now, it didn't finish the race yesterday, so I'm hoping that Larry Ligas may get out again today. Or, if it was a big problem yesterday, he'll just say enough's enough and take it home. But it was the oldest car in the field yesterday, 1961, and it looked absolutely awesome too. There's the 5 of Stephen Shoddy and that Cobra waiting to go out. You can see the Cobra in the white. So, just over 30 cars in this first of our group SVR races for Sunday. They raced yesterday. If you did tune in yesterday, we had a great day. Quite a lot of attrition though. There was some incidents and cars, funnily enough, more of the modern car races in the Trans Am and TA. We had several incidents and mechanicals, a bit of oil leaks here and there. And as Ben was describing, hot trucks still on track at the moment, just clearing up any debris or cars that didn't make it from the previous race. Just starting to heat up here at Sebring. And of course, just as we were saying yesterday, the reason why this is such an important venue for Trans Am in particular is it's where the Trans Am series began back in 1966. And although it's not been ever present, it's been pretty much whenever we get a chance to start the season here, we do so. And I think it's the appropriate place. February and Sebring will be going to Wisconsin here in the middle of February, that's for sure. But we will be going to Wisconsin later in the year. Looking forward to Road America. I'll run through Mid-Ohio. And right on cue, the man who professes to say, although I think he says it to most groups, he says Group 6 is one of his favorites, but I do know that is true.
It's a crowd favorite for sure.
Yeah.
So if you're watching this right now on our social media channels, make sure to leave a comment. Are you Ford, Chevy, Dodge, Jaguar? Who are you rooting for in this? Tell us where you're watching from. I've got some New York here.
We had New Zealand yesterday as well, weren't they? They were tuning in. Panama. And we've had, I've just heard, we've heard several very interested people in the Isle of Man. So it was nice to welcome them.
Yeah.
And,
I hear them all the time.
Yes, and they happen to have quite a little fraternity there of fans that really do take close attention. Unless they're on their boats, you know, on a Sunday morning. Great place to live. Fire up the boat, and out you go. And that is the wont of a lot of the islanders.
All right, so we've got Zurich, Switzerland, Romania, Baltimore.
But not Baltimore, Romania.
You're going to have to tell me how to say this. Northamptonshire, England.
Northamptonshire.
Germany.
That's where Silverstone is, love.
North Lancs, UK.
Yes, North Lancashire, yes. That's where I'm from.
Is it?
Aye.
Is your mom watching?
No, she's living in Texas now, but we talk like this in North Lancs.
All right. Well, I dare you to do the whole thing like that.
What, in North Lancs, if there's a few MGBs and a few Spitfires out there, I'll talk Lancs for you.
That's awesome.
So the lights have gone off on the safety car, and Scott Borchetta, you can see coming out of the heat haze. He's totally dominated Group 6 for, well, as long as I've been around watching this sort of racing and enjoying both the Trans Am side of what Scott gets up to in TA2, of course, in that 48 Spike Coolers. Big machine vodka car, but this is his love. This Corvette, this number 1 Group 6 Corvette with the number 1 on. He's actually changed the colours from last year. You were telling us yesterday about that, but he's got some competition, as the 37 of Claire Schwindeman, who put on a good fight yesterday, will do the same again. As we said, over 30 cars involved. Another beautiful Corvette just at the back there. That's a bit more modern. That's 002.
But it is cool, the juxtaposition with that and an older Mustang that has that boss. Both of them kind of have that boss lines. And look at that. Oh, man. It's like a drag race. Scott Borchetta's car lifted up when he hit the gas.
Yeah. Did us a nice wheelie. And in the center of the shot there, Jonathan DeGainer in that Devon. Shapes and sizes coming through 210. Big bump through the second corner there as they head under the brakes till 3 and the Mission corner. And then they glide through 3, 4, and 5, and then under the bridge at 6 towards Big Ben. And you really do get this view, particularly gives you a real instinct of how the shape of Sebring goes. And then this long run through Big Ben under the bridge, and quite a long run to the hairpin at 7, which is the normal first major overtaking position. Can make it at 2, at 3, I mean. And Gary Moore puts on the anchors in that lovely prepared car. So far, everybody safely through the hairpin. Bizzarini going well.
Sorry, I was actually...
soup to nuts. We talked about that yesterday.
I was texting because we had a question of what power unit is in the Bizzarini, so I just texted his crew chief, Kurt Vogt, who just happens to be the president of the Shelby Club. And there it is. So Scott Borchetta, that was Kurt Wetzel's car in 1971. He brought it back to the livery that Kurt raced it in Europe.
Yeah, in Germany of all places.
Yeah.
I bet that was quite a sight back then.
I bet so, yes. Look at that shot right there. But if anybody has any relation to Kurt Wetzel, this car, he was a Pan Am pilot. That was a Tony De Lorenzo car, but not one of the Owens Corning's cars. But we'd love to hear from you. Anybody that's affiliated with that car back in the day, we'd love to hear from you. I know Scott and his team would like more history, more photos, and more stories surrounding that car, because I guarantee you that car is about to be one of the most winning cars ever in vintage racing.
Yeah. Well, somebody just went wide there and hit the dust. In fact, several cars are, but they're not going off. It's just the fact that off track and just off course, it's very dusty indeed. As this field starts to spread out, yes, that Pan Am pilot, I think the story goes, he had a lot of excess luggage as he ferried parts between America and Europe to make sure that car stayed on track, right?
So I just got word that is a Hoorie engine in that Bizzarini. It's a 351 Windsor Ford-based engine. So there was a 351 Cleveland, made in Cleveland. Then there's the 351 Windsor. We've got some Canadians watching just over the Ambassador Bridge from Detroit, Windsor, Canada.
Oh, okay.
Claire Schwindeman, though, is keeping up with Scott Borchetta.
Doing a good job. Yep.
So that Bizzarini we were talking about has a 351 Windsor Ford power plant.
I'm glad he spotted that, because you spotted it yesterday and we're all excited about it. And it is a beautiful looking car.
It is. So that's the Devon of Jonathan DeGainer from Ohio. That is a Devon were kit cars that you could buy the body kit, but it's on a Corvette chassis, I believe. It's got a 327 Corvette engine. Really talented driver is John DeGainer. That's actually his father's car that he's driving.
Yeah, and they call it a Devon Evolution for that exact reason.
Yeah, you could put Devons on MGs. You could put them on Jaguars. Corvettes were popular platforms.
I just mentioned before you came in that Jaguar XKE that pulled out of yesterday's race. I don't see him. No, I'm presuming that he didn't make it out. Although Patrick Sessions, no, I say that. He's currently 15th, so maybe. Who knows?
Larry Ligas.
That's Ligas.
Had an incident yesterday and won't be back on track. But there's Shannon Ivey in that beautiful number 7 Camaro.
That sounds
following
right,
Jeff McKee in that Falcon. And somebody up there ahead of him is smoking. Maybe Gary Moore in that Cougar. Let's ask the crowd here. What do you guys like? Do you like the Camaro, the Falcon, the Cougar? What's your favorite? Leave us some comments here on the SpeedTour.tv YouTube page.
Yeah, just to reiterate, it's all free this year. You'll be able to watch and tune in anytime that we are racing. Go to the SVRA website or the SpeedTour.tv website and YouTube. You can get the schedule, you can get the information there. Sign up and join us whenever you can. And And like I said, as we tour around the country, we get different groups on the West Coast than we get on the East Coast. So it really is. We'll have 500 plus different cars as the season goes on.
Yeah. Oh, it's so much fun. And, you know, make some comments because we listen to your comments. Last year we got a lot of comments on, can you put this on Facebook? Can you put this on YouTube? And now here we are this year on Facebook and YouTube. So go to youtube.com/SpeedTourTV. It's the best way to see it. That's the comments that I'm reading. Tell us where you're watching from, and are you Ford, Chevy, Dodge, BMW, Jaguar? Who are you rooting for in this race?
Jeff Lindstrom in third place at the moment in the 68 car, the Ford Mustang Coupe.
Somebody just told me I shouldn't have mentioned the name of that bridge because it was recently in the news. You might be right. Look at that BMW coming in now. If you're wondering what this BMW is doing out there, that's a Group 12 car. They're new to the series. JR3 brought them in, Bill Glavin and Billy Glavin. I think there's two of them in this race. Over 400 horsepower, automatic transmission, and air conditioning.
Oh, I've just realized you were talking about that bridge.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
the
this
Ambassador
doesn't like
Bridge.
topical.
Yeah, exactly. You're trying
You were
to say
just
current
pointing
events.
out where the engines were made. You weren't talking about the bridge.
There's
Gary Moore
Look
drifting
at
it through. Lovely.
That's our 2020 championship-winning Billy Griffin
Billy Griffin car, yeah. And he's racing this weekend.
That, I don't know who's on that camera, but that was a fantastic shot of the slip angles, the cars drifting through that turn.
No, you can't do that either. All the cameramen should go. You can't pick one.
Can't play favorites.
No, and by the way, nice to hear. I know the cameramen do get to hear these comments now and again, but some nice comments on the internet saying good coverage, good drone coverage. It's always nice to see different angles, especially if you've been watching historics for a few years, to see these different angles and to see Sebring in a different light. Every company has a different way of covering, and we certainly enjoy having that drone as an option, and it's been very useful to cover big tracks like this 3.6 mile Sebring circuit.
Yeah, so we've got the Netherlands, we've got South Africa. Man, welcome.
Luis Guerrera going through.
A true global broadcast, Jonathan.
I have done a lot of racing in South Africa, or been to a lot of races in South Africa, mostly bike races, but there is a huge racing fraternity in South Africa.
Here it is, that Bizzarini. Look at that Bizzarini. Now, he does have a toe strap there hanging out the front. I hope that that's secured. I'm sure.
You say it's a Windsor engine.
Yeah.
He's got fuel coming out, but that's probably the overflow. So it's troubling him. And that's Carlo Falcone at the wheel. And Falcone, excuse me. And he's currently in 10th position, just behind John Strauss and Shannon Ivey, who we saw in that all-white car, and the number 7 is in the 8th. Luis Guerrera 7th. Tyler Sherin in 6th place, and then Jeff McKee.
Yeah, that's Scott Shadle. He's been with us a long time. Really great, really well-prepared Camaro. Actually passed him on the highway on the way here. That's my claim to fame. I passed a race car driver. I might have been in my truck and trailer, and he as well. But
I guess that makes sense. You're all going the same direction, and you're all going. You recognize the big trucks as they pass by. You recognize the logos, and give a quick hoot and wave.
Yeah, it's fun. So let's go through. So Scott Borchetta currently in first. Well, hold on. We got to talk about this number 99. The other beautiful BMW there. Trying to go through my scoring. That's Bill Glavin.
Yeah.
Chasing that red Ferrari right there, the number 9. You can see the JR3 stickers right there. He and his son with JR3 and HMS Motorsports.
Yeah, one of a few Ferraris out there in this one. Ferrari 360 Challenge car from 2000, so fairly modern.
I love the look of that Bizzarini. He's
What's
got
hanging
some.
off it there?
So that is that
Off?
asbestos wrap that goes around exhaust pipes just to keep
There's
it
that
cool.
Ferrari.
That's beautiful. That's Scott Shadle. No, that's
the 36 of John Mulaney, I think.
That makes sense. Yeah, because
Ferrari
he's also
360.
races with us in International GT.
Yeah.
John.
Boy, that's going to
Mulaney.
be quite a busy couple of hours for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. He was.
And then there is the GT 350.
Classic, huh?
Yeah, that's a beautiful car. That's Mr. Dolan. And one of my favorite vintage races in the world is the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. If you've never been to it, it's a street race through the park of Schenley Park in downtown Pittsburgh. And it is just such a fun event. And I believe he's the chairman of that event. So if you're ever in the Pittsburgh area, you need to check out the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
Good knowledge. And new events in Historics, Chattanooga, and a few others coming online. And in a weird way, Historics is growing exponentially, isn't it?
It's the place to go. It's really fantastic drivers. You build a car once, and they never go obsolete. Where in other, race series that you build a car and then 2 years later the manufacturer releases a new car and obsoletes your car. That 66 Mustang, 67 going to be obsoleted. We're always going to want to see that on the track.
Yeah, and for many, the actual race on a Sunday is almost, obviously it's the fruition, but it's the work that goes into the love, the work, the fettling that goes into it in preparation each and every week. Getting it to the Saturday or the Sunday, that's where the love goes in.
Yep.
And on a Sunday, it's just enjoying that love. Here's the number 11, talking of which, John Strauss. No, excuse me, it's not John Strauss. Take it back. Looking for the 11. I haven't got him on my list.
Jim Glass, 65 Corvette Roadster.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm confused by the same thing. But Paul Figueroa has already reminded us that less than 5 minutes left, so thank you for that reminder from our comments section.
Scott Borchetta off into the wind. He's some 16 seconds up the road now from Claire Schwendemann. The two Corvettes, one a Roadster, and that's the second place, red, white, and blue.
I've got a lot of comments about that Forza Ferrari out there. Lots of fans. But look at this. This just looks like we're back in time with that Mustang and the Corvette they're fighting. And there's Ray Zisa, one of my favorite drivers. Saw him at the Mexican restaurant the other night. It's all about food for me, if you know me.
Of course.
And
1990 Chevrolet.
Yeah, great racer. Has some great races with us. If you look at our social media
I'm
on our
surprised you don't eat
YouTube.
with Tony. He's all about the food.
Yeah, I need to. Look at the American flag there on that 002 car. I just got the word that it's last lap.
Well, it will be when Scott comes across the line.
Scott comes back by, yeah.
002.
I don't see that one on here either. We're having some scoring problems.
Hang on, I might go
Sorry,
back to
ladies
my
and
original
gentlemen.
list.
So we'll go
Yeah,
through.
that's Ronnie Tassila in the Mustang.
Renee
FB.
Tassila, with Griffin
350S.
Motorsports. Awesome. Renee, thanks for coming back out. So we've got Scott Borchetta in the lead, followed by Claire Schwindeman, followed by Jeff Lindstrom. That's your overall. But Jeff Lindstrom's in Group 12, leading Group 12. Then we've got Louis Guerra, Jeff McKee, Tyler Sharon, Gary Moore, Shannon Ivey, John Strauss, John Mulaney, Carlo Falcone in that Bizzarini soup to nuts, Scott Shadle, Bill Glavin, Jim Dolan, James Glass, Ray Zisa, Renee Tassila, Eric Bowman, John Cloud, and Gary Hagopian rounding it out. But there is our leader. And here it comes, Scott, Rocky, Dylan, I hope you don't mind. He's on a streak.
Yes.
He hasn't lost a race, they were calculating last night, since I think 2019. And by that, I mean, that's the Ricky Bobby, not like if you're not first, you're last.
Yep.
Like he has not gotten worse than first place in that car since 2019.
It's incredible, really. When
Which
you
some
think it's
people
a
can
69
say,
car. That's an over 50-year-old car.
Yeah.
And it's not dropped a wheel. It's not dropped anything mechanical, and it's done every lap that it's raced in, and it's done it at the front.
maybe we should have been saying this during the cool-down lap, but
I'm about to say, yeah, we are
thing.
going to put the commentators' mockers on it, and
Yeah.
I do not want to be responsible for that.
But if I were to just do math in my head, that's like probably somewhere between 35 and 50 races. Some people can say
and
that
how many
if they
miles
do
would that be?
if they do one race every 3 years, you know. But this is like he does almost every race with us.
And that's
every
a lot
weekend.
of miles for a 50-year-old car.
A ton of miles. Brand new paint job on that car. Dylan Hellman sprayed it with that pearlescent whites in their paint booth there in Nashville at the Borchetta Racing Shop. He baked it overnight. This is just a week ago. I think probably about 8 to 9 days ago now. And put it in decals, and here it is out winning both of its races this weekend. That's absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, Scott Borchetta comes out of the tower turn for the last time and heading down towards Bishop for the last time to win this by a country mile yet again. And he's some 19 seconds ahead of the second place man. Jeff Lindstrom still in third. Now, what's happening up here?
Don't know.
2 cars off track.
Looks like Shadle there.
Well, they're not going anywhere, but this man is. Scott Borchetta comes into Sunset Bend. Glinting in the sunshine of Florida. Another impeccable performance by the Nashville man. And his streak continues. The checkered flag waves then for Scott Borchetta in the number 1 1969 Chevrolet Corvette as he wins ahead of Claire Schwendeman in the number 37. He's just coming into Sunset. A few seconds behind, but still a very good effort and another beautifully prepared car. So he takes the checkered flag for second place, and a few seconds behind Jeff Lindstrom in the Ford Mustang Coupe, just behind. Not quite coming to shot yet, another Corvette. One more lap to do, but third place man will be coming up soon. And that was Group 6 and Group 12A. And for those interested, we've got Groups 8 and 12B. Give us a hint on what we're going to see in that.
Well, another one of my favorite groups, Group 8 and 12B, the B sedans. But right now we're going to throw to commercial. Stay tuned for some great production car racing right after this.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for a professional detail or shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
When the road calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance that protects your classic for what it's actually worth and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Haggerty.com. When hours invested become miles enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Haggerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Haggerty.com.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour as we look down on Ben Sissel's hotel, where he stays most weekends here at Sebring. We're a little further away in a camper.
I'm in a La Quinta this weekend. That is Ernie Wilding and a 1995 BMW M3. We're doing Group 812, but this man right here, hey, Tony Garcia, you're going to like the man next. Look at that thumbs up right there from Ernie Wilding, but let's get a shot to the car to the right.
Ah, yes.
You're going to like this, Tony Garcia. That is the owner of Mission Foods. I think about this man, my friend Juan Gonzalez, every Tuesday. I love my Mexican food, as every good American should. And there he is, Mission Foods, Juan Gonzalez, what an honor it is to have him here. And
he gave him a thumbs up.
Yeah, and it's great. New sponsor. She just got awarded our SVRA Driver of the Year for 2021. She was so surprised. Lisa Hansen, well-deserved, 1969 Porsche 911S. It is very rare not to see her up at the front of these race fields. Dawn Myers, just saw her this morning. First time back in SVRA in a while, 1969 Porsche 911.
That's a pretty thing.
Look at that. First 4 people, 2 male, 2 female. I love vintage racing and all the females that race with us. And just if you're wondering out there, there is no women's T in vintage racing. There is no handicap for women. They are out there racing equally with the men and usually beating all of them. So we love to see that with Dawn and Lisa.
Nick Clements in the 81A in the 911S. 1967 iteration. Nice.
Yeah. Frank Boucher in the 1969 911S. I asked him the other day how to say his name, and that's what he told me. He said Boucher, because we have another one races with us, spells it the same way, and it's Booker. So I had to ask him.
Well,
but he likes Boucher.
Well, that's very popular. Well, he's driving a Porsche. We want a bit more of a flair to it.
Wasn't the water boy Bobby Boucher?
Yes.
In Adam Sandler movies. So there's the number 11, John Miller, 1989 Chevrolet Corvette in that beautiful dark GM blue.
We'll be going to Watkins Glen later this year.
We sure will. He waved. We should do statistics. We could maybe have a little betting. Thumbs up or a wave? Let's see if Tom Benjamin's here in that beautiful Alfa Romeo will give us a thumbs up or a wave. Let's see. What do we get? We get, or nothing. That could be another option. Let's see what we get. We never know. Tom Benjamin. Oh, there's a thumbs up. I think Tony asked for the thumbs up, though.
Oh, yeah,
there we go. Yeah, we saw you, Tony. So if this is your first time in vintage racing, we like to have fun all around, not just in the cars, out of the cars, the parties, even the commentators. Another thumbs up. Vince Vaccaro, thumbs up, seems to be winning here at this grid.
Yeah, we got 2 GTV Alpha, actually 4 GTVs. 2 GTV 6s and 2 regular GTVs from 69 and 72.
So there is John Bibbo, 76. And then I've got a good story about this man to your right. Skip Bryant races BMWs with us. He lives in the Villages here, just about 2 hours away. The Villages in Florida, about 300,000 people in the community. After he leaves the race, he asks for pictures because it's one of the most highly circulated newspapers. So he wants to post pictures in the Villages newspaper about his vintage racing efforts.
Good for him.
And it's one of the most well-read newspapers in the country, so why not send him pictures? Circulation, just promoting vintage racing. Dave Nicholas there, our 2020 SVRA Driver of the Year. Rob Mokas was also a Driver of the Year, followed by Scott Birkland, an SVRA Driver of the Year. So just in these first groups, we've got 4 SVRA Drivers of the Year of years past. I believe Birkland was the 2019 SVRA Driver of the Year. All right, we didn't get a thumbs up or away from Scott. He's got his game face on. Quite right. Scott Birkland. Here's one of those beautiful Alfa Romeo GTVs. This is a V6 of Gregory Safarian. There's a thumbs up. See? I like that.
Got the Alfa logo on the...
The clover leaves with the Alphas. He had it on his shoulder. Do you remember what that was about? I bet you our comments section on YouTube. Comment section. Why are the Italian Alfa Romeos celebrating the Irish clover leaf? Let's hear it from the comment section. I bet you we have some experts out there. I remember we looked it up one time, but I've forgotten.
It went on the first, one of the first ever Alfa Romeos to race, and it did well, so it stayed, and it remains to this day on the Formula One car.
So back in like the Nuvolari days.
Yes, back in the day. I think it was a sports car that was that it first went on, not a Formula car.
So glad to have him back. He's not on my scoring right now.
That's a clever way of putting the Porsche logo in there.
The 77 there. I'm looking at the scoring, and Russell Poole. Yeah, his name blanked me, but that's a Russell Poole, long time with us. There's Todd Wetzel. See, Tony's even helping me out. He's like, hey, if you guys can't find the name, I can. Now here, this is the Morrows, Glenn Chase and Logan Maurer.
Look how many clover leaves he got.
Yeah, Yeah, see, he's excited.
Yeah.
He's pumped. I like that, but it's almost like a fighter pilot.
That one.
But they won like 8 trophies last night. Logan, Glenn, and Chase Maurer, and they weren't there at the party to collect them. So
Now,
look
Dexter,
at that.
I didn't know he was a co-owner, but there you go.
Ooh, I wouldn't mess with
Dog
Dexter.
power.
Look at that Rothman's 944. This car actually came through our racing school a few years ago at Roebling Road. So it's great to have him back. Terry Miller.
Do you think it drives like a dog? No.
I don't know, but I've met Dexter. Very nice. 1986 Porsche 944 Turbo. We have famous dogs on our paddock, too, this weekend, I got to tell you about. Chip Reichart in that 1967 911S red. Look at that. Did we get a thumbs up from him? I don't know. Got some sprints. So where's my what kind of car is the Marlboro car? That is an Alfa Romeo GT V6 of the Mauers, 1984 in that Marlboro livery. I think Glenn owns CircleTrackRacing.com. So you can check that out. Now there's our drone. Unbelievable shots there. Beautiful flags. I do like our drivers to leave. We have a sign that says thank you for racing with us, and they leave between the 2 American flags, but we also fly the flags of the nationality on our heritage row. So you'll see at our grid all the flags of different nationalities, and those are all the drivers that are here. Look, you can see the dead cat in the shot there from the microphone. There it is. See all of our international flags? So right there I see, even on this grid, Juan Gonzalez is representing Mexico. There's Sweden. There's Italy. There's the UK. There's Canada.
BC Racing?
Yeah. We've got France. We've got Panama here this weekend. We've got Brazil with Rafa Matos. And it doesn't matter if they are U.S. citizens. We've got Scotland with Andrew McLean. It is their heritage. You know, because Rafa yelled at me at Brainerd, which Trans Am, because I said, and he says, but I just became a U.S. citizen. And we're like, yes, we also have the U.S. flag. But he's so proud of his U.S. citizen that he thought I was thinking that he's Brazilian. I said, no, that's your heritage. So there's that great Brazilian flag. There's the Scottish flag. And then it's bookended by the Stars and Stripes of America. And we went to Brainerd, of all places, International Raceway last year, and we had 22 international flags, truly making it Sebring International Raceway.
There's a look down on the pit lane. This is our position, if you like. That's race control. That's where the commentary booths are. Scott doing the commentary next door for PA, and we're in one of those windows just to the left there. I think if I give you a wave, I can probably see you. There you go, and there's the hotel again.
Here we go.
That's, by the way, right at turn 7. So those ladies have got the primo thing. I think they just got up after that big night out last night. So
Johannes, I'm sorry I'm going to say your name wrong. Johannes Goglica says it's not Irish. Then another person says the Cloverleaf.
Oh, right.
Then the other person said apparently Savacci was so fed up of his bad luck that he decided to add a symbol of luck to his Alfa Romeo racing car, a 4-leaf clover. And then somebody else says it's just a good luck symbol.
Well, I'm
sure getting
yelled
at about the Irish comment, so I'm really sorry about that.
I thought it was Irish.
Quadrifoglio is Italian for 4-leaf. I didn't know that.
That's true.
I love the comment section.
Quadrifoglio, yeah, that's what they call it. But I'm pretty sure it's the 4-leaf clover that is made so famous from Ireland. But hey.
So, from our comment section, if you agree with me and think I could get better at commentating, I agree with that. Making me better. So keep the information coming. Keep it pouring in. This is just adding to all of our knowledge here because it's hard for us to be an expert on every car class.
With 500 cars, yeah.
Yeah, with 500 cars. So we know that there are experts out there. So feel free to rip us a new one and tell us we've got it all wrong so that we can get it right for everybody else.
Well, don't feel free.
No, feel free. I love a good fight. I love a good fight on the internet with some friendly, politically correct trolls.
Ben, I like your style.
Look at that one. I can hear the producers all the way in the Isle of Man laughing at us right now because they're thinking, oh, you don't know what you just asked for. So there's that Mission Foods car of Juan Gonzalez. Man, I look at that. I look at his livery on his car, and I want a taco. Juan, what are you doing to me? I need to lose weight, buddy. Somebody needs to drive a Weight Watchers car.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So look at Lisa Hansen. Lisa Hansen is a tactician. Uh-oh, Don Meyer's not out there. Don Meyer's supposed to be right behind Lisa Hansen. Look at that. Oh, who doesn't want a taco right now? Ring that bell. Oh, man. It's, what is it, 9 in the morning, and I'm already wanting tacos.
I worry about you sometimes.
Not a good day.
I can give you a yogurt.
A yogurt, dude. A yogurt is not a taco.
No, that's true.
I had Jesse, so let's brag on our staff a little bit. Record car show, record ticket entry. Our staff works their butt off. And I tell you what, we do not work our butt off for the income. We work for the outcome. All this great weekend here. And it is so much fun. But, you know, I have the easiest job on the staff. I sit up here in the air-conditioned room, watch TV, and talk about it. They're out there in the heat selling these tickets, working the car show. So proud of our staff. I love every one of them. They work so hard to make this happen so that these men and women can come here and have fun on their vacation, race these beautiful cars, and put on a show. Lisa Hansen, Acuri Power, congratulations, our newly crowned SVRA Driver of the Year, and so well deserved because she is always at the front end. There's my boy Skip Bryant from the Villages. Anybody from the Villages in Florida watching?
No, they're going to wait for the paper to come.
That's maybe. That's 300 strong at
they
the
don't
Villages.
have that's the point. They don't have the internet there, so they need the paper. That's why he keeps getting the photos in. So high above Bishop they go and into Le Mans. 15 and 16 here. The lake in the background. Shout out to Inn on the Lakes. We stayed there. Very nice place and a classic place to go if you go to Sebring, simply because all the pictures of years gone by of racing. It's a very much racing established place, and yeah, it's nice to get into the.
You know, you go to
the thrill of it all.
You go to a McDonald's here, Taco Bell here. There are pictures of the 12 Hours of Sebring.
Yeah, everywhere.
In every establishment. So the lights are off. Look at that heat.
So we should be going, and this is once again our Group 8 and Group 12B race 2. They've had one race already.
There I have the Top Gun theme in my head.
And when you see those planes landing just behind sometimes down the Almond Strait, it's pretty exciting.
Well, I've lost my mind, guys, and it's early in the morning.
It's
the tacos will do it.
It's usually about 4 that you go.
It is. Man, somebody bring me my Adderall. There's Dave Nicholas, our Driver of the Year for 2020 in that B sedan. He is a 6-time SVRA national champion. That's the Lewis Hamilton of vintage racing right there.
There you go. That's an accolade for you. Here we go then. Green flag waves here at Sebring as they dive towards that first corner, spreading out nicely. And everybody jostling for position, but right in the center is our big sponsor and the man who makes it all happen, Mr. Gonzalez, as he dives into the first corner. A host of BMWs, beautifully prepared. Lots, about 4 or 5. Alfa Romeos, the odd Porsche. A couple of 9114 Porsches. And everybody at the moment looks as though they're scuttling through nicely through turn 3 and 4. Got to be careful not to get too wide on the exit of 5 there. And then under the bridge for Big Bren for the first time down towards the hairpin turn 7. And an overtake coming here, the BMW under power.
As it should. That 914 should be able to outbrake that BMW E36, but then that BMW should be able to get the power. But I got to give it up for Juan Gonzalez because I know that Leo and his team prepare a real. He bypassed the IGT race so that he could race the new to him 914 that I believe was built by Brady at the 901 shop. So that is a 9146, meaning it's a 914 body with a 911 engine, giving it a little bit more power. And Juan Gonzalez, I think he's an IMSA champion, raced in Trans Am, a long-running history. But also, if you know anything about Juan Gonzalez and Mission Foods, huge supporter of motorsports. If you are a fan of motorsports and you're not eating Mission chips and Mission flour tortillas, salsa queso, then you're not a true fan because he's sponsoring 2 Indy cars. He's sponsoring IndyCar races, Speed Tour events, Trans Am cars.
And two wheels too, Jared Means and a few
that's
others.
Right.
He's right across the board, yeah.
If you really call yourself a fan, make sure you're drinking Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, Big Machine Vodka, you're eating Mission Chips, and you're supporting the companies that support motorsports like Mission Foods.
The beauty of this series, of course, is that these are the kings of industry, so they race and they put in, as it were.
This is going to be the race, though. Lisa Hansen, Juan Gonzalez. Juan looks like he's got a little bit of an aero advantage, but no offense, Juan, he's got a little bit more downforce than Lisa Hansen.
Somebody again going onto the dust, but gathering it all. Through comes the 81. It's Nicholas Clements, the 81A.
Great shot where you can see under the car how much space is under. Now watch the bumps here as they come around 17. Really bumpy through there, that E36. Now this is two different classes of racing. So Ernie Wilding in that 1995 BMW M3 12, followed by Juan Gonzalez, Lisa Hansen, and Clements in Group 8. So Group 8 is 1972 or older. Group 12 is 1973 or newer. As Juan Gonzalez from Mission Foods goes around his own corner, Mission Foods turn 3. There's Dawn Myers. Glad to have her back. Her brother, Todd Treffert, was here racing with us in a 911 and a beautiful Nissan Skyline that he bought from the Nissan Museum in Japan. And Todd Treffert, I'm starting to think that I might be your bad luck on that car. You might need to just race that far away from me because it's such a beautiful car and he just seems to have bad luck around me. That's Frank Boucher, Bobby Boucher's long-lost uncle right there in that 911.
Bobby Boucher.
1969.
It sounds more racy as Boucher.
It does. It does. Anytime you can get a little bit more of a European flair to your name, it does sound a little faster.
Well, my race name's Juan Verde.
Juan Verde. Jonathan Green. That's good. Juan Verde sounds faster.
Doesn't it?
Coming into Franklin Road, turn 7. You can see these cars when they hit the brakes. They drift to the left and the right. That's just vintage cars under braking as we look at that. Vince Vaccaro, what a beautiful car with that GoPro on the top. Vince, I'm going to want that footage. That might be Jared Kahlo's doing right there, the new SVRA video person. Great shot up there. So yeah. Tom Benjamin and Vince Vaccaro, very equally yoked cars. This should be a good race.
And for those who aspire to do this kind of racing or are interested, you often post on the SVRA site and on YouTube onboards just for the sake of it. Like, just have a look at this. So it really does give a really good insight just to sit there and watch the onboards.
Yeah, Ashley Ongst does such a great job with our social media. We call her Smashly. And so she posts a video just about every day. Super busy, doing great work, working with our sponsors. So probably by Monday or Tuesday, we're going to have some Mission Foods branded videos of these two Alphas racing right here. Tom Benjamin's really fast Alfa Romeo driver, Vince Vaccaro. This looks like a great B sedan race back here with Bibbo in that BMW. So if you don't know, B sedan was a lot of different cars, but primarily Alfa Romeo versus BMW 2000 versus Datsun 510s. As we see Dawn Meyer with that 901 shop car right there in that 911. She's going to try to work her way back through. I think she might have had problems on the pace lap, worked it out. Here she comes.
These Alphas going to have to sort themselves out as they come into 3.
Look at that. This is what's so great about vintage racing. If you're just tuning in for the first time, trying to figure this out, this is not parade laps. This is wheel-to-wheel racing. We do not allow metal-to-metal contact, but it happens, obviously. But we want these drivers to build the cars once. They never go obsoleted. This is wheel-to-wheel racing, and sometimes the mid-of-the-pack racing, like we're seeing right now, is the best racing on the track. And no matter if you're racing for first or 51st, if you have people to race with like they do here as we zoom in on Dawn Meyer, you're having the time of your life. And so many of these drivers have been racing together 20, 30 years. They know exactly what each other is going to do. And the camaraderie in there is just fantastic. They all help each other. They all have beers with each other at the end of the day. So much fun. Like, for instance, this weekend, the CEO of Jim Farley is here. The CEO of Ford, Jim Farley, Ford Motor Company.
He's probably also the
Pretty
CEO
big
of Jim
company.
Farley, too.
Yeah, he is. I don't know. His wife may be. Don Meyer's there. But he's just here at night having tacos and beers with his buddies, talking about racing like any racing car driver should. Monday through Friday, he's the CEO of Ford. Saturdays and Sundays, when he can, he's Jim Farley, the winning race car driver.
No one could argue it's wasted time. Ford's history in racing and how they've learned from making cars for the people, and obviously going racing with them, all part of it. But yeah, the tradition continues.
Okay, so here's two rival Porsche shops, Acuri versus 901. And when I say rival, they're close friends and they share parts.
Didn't
but
Henry Ford himself come to one of the races last year?
I don't know.
Yeah, came down.
Henry Ford the third or fourth, right?
Ford,
Yeah, if Henry Ford came, that'd be a miracle. So Don Meyer makes that pass, moving up. So let's ask the crowd here in the comment section. What are you guys watching in this? You like the BMWs that's making the pass right there on
nicely
Vincent Caro? Or do you like the
Squeaking
Alphas? Do you like the Porsches? Which cars are you rooting for? Because the great thing about this production car racing is everybody has a connection. You know, Porsche, BMW, Alfa Romeo, they're still around. You can buy those cars today, the new iterations of those cars, and go to the grocery store. But so many people say, hey, man, the E30 back there behind that Corvette, one of the greatest platforms
I love that baby.
racing and for going. So it's just, these are common cars that people drive to the grocery store, and people are out there racing. Everybody's got a connection. What kind of connection do you have with these kind of cars?
So we're watching the battle between 4th, 5th, and 6th. Dawn Meyer's now up to 5th place. Frank Boucher in the BMW, that grey or silver BMW, just ahead of Tom Benjamin. John Bebo dropping down to 8th, but that battle continues. He's in the silver 2002 BMW, which is absolutely one of my favorites.
Dawn Meyer's gap in the field right here. I love it.
Yeah, she's going good at 4th.
She is one of the most competitive people in our paddock. Really great race car driver. She had one of my favorite MGAs, and she's moved up in power to that 911. Her brother Todd races a 911 with us as well, and her dad races a beautiful, like 58, 59-ish solid axle Corvette.
John Miller just going through shot there earlier in number 11A in 10th position.
Hey, there's Andrew Uzorowski's Land Rover in the background. I just texted him. It's a beautiful Land Rover that he brought down on the train from Washington, D.C., the car train. I think that's pretty cool. There's Bibbo, Vince Vaccaro. Beautiful. That's a great shot.
Miller.
Look at that. You know, I know Corvette and the CompuWare Corvette's the yellow, but I really like this blue era of the Corvette as well. So like I was commenting there with that Land Rover, it's cool. We come to Watkins Glen, Lime Rock, and Sebring. A lot of people drive their classic vintage cars, their really cool collector cars, to these events because they know it's a paddock full of car enthusiasts. So even just going around the spectator area is full of the coolest cars.
Just saw 81 going through. Been lucky with the weather. No rain this weekend, thankfully. Once again into sunset. 5 minutes to go then. Ernie Wilding setting a really good pace. Best lap of 2:27.2, which is no slow coach at all. That's set on lap 4. Up about a 12-second gap now over Juan Gonzalez, 9:14. Lisa Hansen having a great day in 3rd position. Nicholas Clements in 4th.
So the boy from New York is commenting that he raced a 914 for the first time.
What do you think?
So I think the boy from New York should come racing with us.
Yeah.
He loved it. Who doesn't like racing? So
How
in
hard is it to get the
2004,
license?
so the blue was a commemorative blue in that year is what I'm hearing from Downforce 65, who's been giving me all kinds of great insight today. So keep it up, Downforce 65. I love this. I can pretend like I'm an expert. I should stop
you're giving
saying
away
their
your
names.
knowledge.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You're telling everybody where you're getting it.
Maybe that's how Mike Joy does it. He's just got all these people telling him, because the amount of knowledge that Mike Joy has is
I
amazing.
can tell you that's the truth. He's got statisticians, but he races with us. So
yeah, he does.
He's the real deal.
Yeah, he's a racer as well. It's good to know. But look at this guy.
He's in SVRA.
Yeah, he's in the
He came to
historic
Laguna,
Trans Am
didn't he?
class. Yeah.
He did I think he did the historic Trans Am at Laguna last
Ernie
year.
Wilding. What a great name for a race car driver.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Ernie Wilding with that beautiful BMW M3 1995, leading in Group 12 GT, Group 12B MP2. If any of you know what the MP2 stands for, leave a message for that. And there he is, Juan Gonzalez.
Second place, and this is the final lap now.
And there's Lisa Hansen, our new SVRA Driver of the Year, and that is the big award in SVRA. Everybody's competing to win races, to win championships, but it's an award that the SVRA staff have no say in who wins it. It's all decided by past SVRA Drivers of the Year.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's a
So
great
that
idea.
is an award of their peers, the most coveted award probably in vintage racing in North America, and it shows that there's all this criteria that comes into it, and Lisa fits the mold just perfectly.
I like the way they do that then. That's good. So final lap here, and you saw going through shot the top three and how they're spread out, but Ernie Wilding having a great day. There's second place, there's third. And that Porsche of Lisa Hansen. Very smooth.
Yeah, fantastic driver. So at one of the events, I did a foot cam with her because she's got a white floorboard, the engine's in the rear, there's no transmission tunnel. Her footwork in the car is like a ballet or a dance. It is unbelievable, the amount of inputs that she's putting into that car, putting it right in the right place on the track. Really skilled driver. Now, her dad was a big driver and helps run a Curie Power, a Porsche group there out of Florida and Wisconsin. But just a phenomenal racing car driver. And I believe she does something in like IT or software in the Chicago area. She's actually helped me out with some things in the past. One of those drivers that I can call for some video on Dropbox and she can send it to me immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's out here in her spare time racing with us.
Well, here comes your leader to the final corner now. Ernie Wilding in that beautiful BMW Motorsport 182 from the mid-90s. He's going to take the checkered flag as he goes through Sunset Bend. And sure enough, just out of the corner of my eye, I see the checkered flag, and then he does it too. Flashes the lights. And like I said, second place, Juan Gonzalez coming down the on straight now. There's third place just behind. And a good outing and a good clean race. No problems.
Hey,
No
Juan.
hold-ups.
Congratulations. That is a well-built new car. Brady, the 901 shop, built some great cars. Juan Gonzalez winning his class. Mission Foods, Group 8. Way to go, Juan. Butch Leitzinger, Leo, the whole team, Brady, the 901 shop. A lot of effort there. And you know Juan Gonzalez is going to be happy. Lisa Hansen, second place on the podium as always.
So, as they do their cool-down lap, let's take a look at some of the highlights of what we just saw, which is our Group 8 and 12B. Got away well. The BMW used its grunt to get ahead of the mission-sponsored 914, and once ahead at the hairpin, he never looked back and pulled a massive lead. Good battle for second and third, though, between Hansen in the Porsche in the number 110 and the 914 of Juan Gonzalez. But there was battles throughout. Alphas went side by side through turn one. The Porsche's doing exactly the same. And a nice little move up the inside by the BMW at Sunset. But it was this BMW, the 182 of Ernie Wilding, with a very confident and clean performance here to win the overall Group 8 and 12B race. So another race in the can for SVRA, and more to come. And don't forget, coming up later in the day, the all-stock cars coming at about 11:30 a.m. Local time, and then the feature race of the day, 1 p.m. It's TA2 as we go back to Trans Am. My thanks once again to Ben Sissel. We'll take a short break from Sebring. We'll be back with more Speed Tour action after this.
A marathon coach owner is someone who expects exploration and relaxation to blend flawlessly. For the most reliable, luxurious motor coach on the market today, look no further than Marathon Coach. Indulge that wanderlust, leave any cares behind, and lead a life filled with adventure. Join the Marathon family and take your 5-star hotel with you.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Welcome back to the Sebring SpeedTour, live from Sebring International Raceway, Florida. It's an absolutely glorious day here for Sunday, our second day of SVRA and Trans Am coverage. I'm joined by Ben Sissel, as always, and he's keeping an eye on our feed to see who's tuning in and what questions they may have. His jet there in the rear of that shot, getting ready and roaring up, ready to take him to the next venue.
That's my other jet.
Oh.
My main jet's in the shop. My G5.
Is it a big shop?
Yeah, I had to use NetJets, which actually now I'm thinking about selling my Gulfstream because it's just so much more convenient.
Well, I've heard there's a lot of fighting.
Yeah. So I was talking to James Palacci with NetJets, and he's like, you should sell your Gulfstream, and I can get you the subscription to NetJets, and you never have to worry about it. You don't have to own it. Because they always say, like, the best day of your life is the day that you buy your plane, and then the best day of your life is when you sell your plane.
Yeah.
And so now I think I'm going full on NetJets, so my Gulfstream is for sale now.
Okay. Along with your Mini.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the next group, which is Group 10, GT Race, and this is an interesting group. We've got mainly the muscle cars, as you'd expect, from, it varies between 2021. We've got a Porsche Cayman out there, all the way back to, I want to say, 1990. Yeah, 1990.
Well, let's go through the list here. Dylan McIvern, who isn't in this race, racing his dad's car, so because he's in the TA2 car. But we've got Frank Chiappatini, Phil Lasco, Jeffrey Bernatovich, Charles Wicht, Ike Keeler, Kurt Leverton, AJ Hendrickson, John Cloud, Michael Kern, Michael Attaway, Alan Davison, Wally Owens, Ariel Offgang, Mark Sharon, and Jonathan DeGainer. So I have to give it up for John Cloud and Alan Davison. Alan Davison's in the Panos GTS. He's sponsoring Dylan Archer with FPEC, Food Processing Equipment Company, out of Springdale, Arkansas. John Cloud and Ultimate Headers sponsored Wally Dallenbach Jr. yesterday. So a lot of the vintage drivers are now starting to look at being team owners in the Trans Am series.
Interesting.
So, everybody has the dream to be Mario Andretti or Roger Penske. So why not be both? Why not be the Mario Andretti in vintage racing and then the Roger Penske in Trans Am as a team owner?
Yeah, good point. So down the back straight they come, and as you can see, the Honda Civic, if you watch closely on the lights, they are gone. They were on the top of that Honda Civic beforehand, which gives us the indication that this time round we'll be racing. And my good friend Ron has just absolutely got the perfect shot of that Honda Civic to show us that the lights are out. And that means that those chasing him know now that they're going racing right after this as soon as we get through this last corner. Good field.
Yeah, this is our Group 10 GT class. We also have a Group 10 all-stock car class. There is Scott Borchetta there in that Dan Gurney numbered TA2 car. And Boris said.
Away they go then. Their feature race 2 for Group 10. Diving side by side, 2x2. Really good stuff.
Phil Lasco going side by side. Then there's Jeffrey Bernatovich.
Yeah, we've got some very good drivers in this, haven't we?
Yeah. Look at how much earlier that Corvette had to get on its brakes than the Porsche. It's just handling versus horsepower in this race. Phil Lasco out in front of Frank Chiappatini, followed by Bernatovich.
And the field spreading out quickly as they head down towards the hairpin for the first time. And quick wave to the hotel, to the patrons out there.
Now watch what happens here with the Charles Wicht car in the Porsche. Now they're coming into the twisty bits. So now these two Porsches in 4th and 5th place have the advantage for the next mile or two. As they come into here in turn 10, Frank Chiappatini there closes the gap. But look at that gap that Charles Wicht was able to get there on Bernatovich coming through. Here, this is going to be a great how this Porsche handles. There's the number 88 of Kurt Leverton. And then there is Ike Keeler. This weekend, Darren Brassfield is here just hanging out. That was Darren Brassfield's Trans Am car that Ike Keeler is racing right there. So how cool is that?
Very cool. I picked the favourite out. It's that Porsche in the Golf colours, the 2017 Cup car, GP Cup car. Like that, Kurt Leviton at the wheel.
So that car following Darren Brassfield from that era, Boris Said. Boris Said is here racing, still with us in Trans Am.
Oh, I get it.
That
so
was
Boris
his winning
out
car.
there. He's here, but he's not out there in his old car.
So that Monster Energy
that's right.
Trans
Yes, I
Am
remember
car,
him coming
that
here.
was a Boris Said winning Trans Am car. He's here this week.
Didn't he debut that at VIR?
Yep, he did, yeah. Look at this, Frank Lasco in that TA2 car, Frank Ciappatini in what looks like a GT1 car, side by side around treacherous Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler 17 coming down the front straight.
Lasco on the left of your picture.
Ciappatini has the
on the
power
right
advantage.
Gets the power down
Look at
and
that.
into the lead at turn one. Nicely done. Classic move.
That's inches, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it really is. And taking that inside line is good because you can defend nicely into 3 here, the Mission Food corner as we're calling it. And then hold that line because there really isn't an overtaking line until the hairpin. And he's close enough, Lasco at the moment, just to go for a bop round Big Ben and then into the hairpin. Let's have a look. From the drone, you see if he's covering, if he's closing in or not. And you don't think he's close enough. Now, it looks closer than it is from this angle, but of course you see it from above and you realise he can't really make the move. So he'll follow him through for this time, almost getting out of sync there and getting sideways, but putting the power down as they both head up. Fangio straight towards the back of the circuit here, down towards turn 8, 9, and 10.
Yeah, so I've heard from a lot of our drivers, they love the Panos. They love that Boris Said is there. Who said? Boris Said. Said heads unite. But there isn't, not all of these cars are tube frame. Those Porsches. So these GT cars like here, the GT1, that's a tube frame race car. But the Porsches that you see out there, I'm not sure about the Panos, but I'm sure Bobby Archer could tell me if that's a tube frame or more of a unibody chassis car. I'm not sure the race prep on that. But yeah, this is GT cars from Group 10 out here with us. And it's a good mix of cars. And then usually stock cars are with us. But because we have so many stock cars and so many stock car legends for our stock car championship, they have their own group with us. And as we look at Jeffrey Bernatovich. Yeah, front row Joe's out here with us. Mike Skinner's out here with us. And I've heard that there's some Trans Am drivers that might jump in these cars. So there's the Ron Fellows car, I believe, there being driven by John DeGainer. The Boris Said car. There's Scott Borchetta, Darren Brassfield. So lots of Trans Am cars in this field. I believe that was a Rocket Sports Oldsmobile, but I could be wrong as we look at Charles Wicks. That is not a tube frame car. That's a GT3 car from Porsche factory.
It's 48. So who's in Dylan McIvern's 48A then?
I don't think I don't think anybody is. Yeah.
So Borchetta in a much more modern 2020 TA2. Sneaky, really, when he's going to do the TA2 race itself in a 2021 or 2022 car later today.
I don't know if I'd call it sneaky. I'd call it smart strategy.
Yeah.
That's Rocky and Dylan giving him some good strategy. But look at that. Man, I love it. This is the era of Trans Am that I grew up in. Tommy Kendall, Ron Fellows, Dorsey Schrader. That was a great era of Trans Am. So it is such an honor now to work with the Trans Am series presented by Pirelli.
And see people like Dorsey Schrader and a few others.
Yeah.
Wally Dollar.
And get to hang out with them.
Yeah.
I feel like Boris Said almost punched me in the face, and to me that'd almost be a badge of honor.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder how long it's going to be before we get Junior into Trans Am.
Yeah, Boris Said the fourth, you mean? Exactly. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too long. Boris still loves this racing. He has a very successful BMW dealership in Southern California, so if you're in the market for BMW, make sure you check out Boris Said's shop. But he loves this so much, like Jim Farley with Ford, he comes out here and races with us for the love of racing. And that's what you want in your race car driver.
Absolutely. Scott Borchetta then honing in on that Porsche ahead of him. And that's a battle for 8th position or 7th position. He's chasing down Kurt Leviton.
So you see that guitar pick there on the side of Scott Borchetta's yellow car. That is the logo of the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix, one of the greatest motorsports events of 2021 in downtown Nashville, my hometown.
I agree.
He was the principal sponsor of that event, and that's what I was talking about in the earlier group. If you really are truly a lover of motorsports, make sure you support the companies that support motorsports, like Monster Energy right there, big supporter of motorsports. Why not drink Monster Energy drinks? Why not drink Big Machine vodka spike coolers, use Big Machine hand sanitizer, drink their vodka? It all makes sense because that's more building that can go into any form of motorsports. See, Abel Fox says, I'm having tacos tonight for sure. So it's working.
He's egging you on.
Sponsorships are working. I'm having tacos for lunch, breakfast, and dinner.
Yeah. We've got everybody going now.
And so I see somebody else is saying I'm having chips this weekend. There are now Mission Foods race car shaped chips. So you got to get the race car and motorcycle shaped chips.
There's that logo you were talking about. Yep. The Nashville logo.
And it's just fitting that Scott Borchetta's logo would be a guitar pick. Nashville is Music City, and very proud of that fact. I love being from Music City.
And I want to say, I think most of the bands we heard at Nashville were artists that are under the Big Machine label, right?
Yeah, or at least affiliated in some way. Yep. And in the umbrella of Big Machine. Because Big Machine touches so many forms of music, publishing, and art in Nashville. So it's really fun to see the reach of Big Machine and Scott Borchetta.
Fastest man out there at the moment, Jonathan DeGainer in that Ford Mustang.
Yeah, it's odd for him to start at the back of the pack, Jonathan, you're right. So I expect him to be at the front end here. One of our really skilled drivers. We saw him earlier in his dad's Devon. So I expect Frank Cipottini to be passed here pretty soon by John DeGainer. And Ron Fellows, I know he's a big fan of this vintage racing. He raced here with us a couple years ago with Dave Roberts and Hawk Performance. He's probably watching. And I tell you what, there's nothing these drivers like more than are still out there, still being celebrated, and especially winning.
Borchetta has got ahead of Leverton in that last lap as he comes out of the last corner and onto the main straight again.
Just got a comment again from Abel Fox. Ron Fellows and David Hobbs are the nicest two guys. I haven't ever met David Hobbs, but I have to agree. Ron Fellows is the nicest person I've ever met. Just such a sweetheart. He's got a great track going up there. He's got his schools over here in America. He's got his race school and track up there in Canada. Still fully involved in racing and still a very talented race car driver.
Yep, if ever you're in need of a story, David Hobbs has got one.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. Yeah, I miss him in Formula One, to be honest.
Yeah.
I thought he was great.
Yep. Well, he's still going strong.
Scott Borchetta moving up to 7th.
A bit more cloud cover than we had yesterday. Clouds are moving in, but I don't see anything that untoward. Mainly cumuli by sort of puffy clouds, but nothing too... You know, in Florida when it's coming, it just goes dark gray, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, the temperature changes. And we had a deluge here that happened to one of our Enduros that we got about 6 inches of standing water everywhere in about 5 minutes.
Where was that?
Here at Sebring.
Wow.
It broke 2 of my cameras. Who is this? This is a new car. Haven't seen this yet.
Michael Attaway.
Michael Attaway, Michael.
Attaboy.
Bridge Hall. I've seen Bridge Hall all over a lot of these cars, an SVRA, IGT, and Trans Am. Bridge Hall is so happy to have you out here as a sponsor to our race car drivers. So that, you know, it's really important to have series sponsors, but it's just as important for our drivers to have sponsors and support. So Bridge Hall, thank you so much for all your support this weekend.
Interesting. It's Poncho at the wheel of his own car.
Uh-oh.
How about that? So it's Boris's car, but Poncho made it.
So keep the cameras on that because something's about to happen. That's just me calling out my friend Poncho Weaver.
He's doing. That's what you call research and development.
Yeah,
there.
R&D. Unbelievable. Look at that.
Pretty
well,
handy.
Poncho, your right brake light's out, buddy.
Well, he's currently in the top 10. No harm.
Nice.
Boris is probably on the pit wall doing the opposite.
Yeah,
following
yeah.
him.
And Boris is biting his fingernails, thinking, "Don't wreck it, don't wreck it."
The reason we're laughing is Poncho, of course, Poncho Weaver, prepares Boris Said's TA car for the actual Trans Am Series. He doesn't do every round, does Boris. As you just explained, he's got a full-time job.
Wally Dallenbach got second place yesterday in the TA race in a 25-year-old car that was a Weaver car.
Yep.
Poncho Weaver, longtime Trans Am and NASCAR chassis builder. So lots of his cars still in vintage racing as Frank Cipottini is being chased down with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left in this race. John DeGainer right behind him. Two very equally yoked cars, Chevy versus Ford. Who is going to win?
Well, Frank upped the times. He's down to a 2:07 now, so he obviously got his Ford to say, hey, DeGainer's coming, because DeGainer just did a 2:06.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a good finish between these two.
It's going to be this draft. So here they come, Bishop's Bend. Down the end here. Let's see if DeGainer can get behind him and get this draft. DeGainer running with R&M this weekend. Great group. Bennett's just run a top-notch racing facility. Looks like something's out of his door there. Looks like he might have a drag. Something was sticking out of his right-hand side. No, I think I just saw the winglet on his spoiler. Last lap, there's the LL, so sorry about that. I saw something I didn't see. Last lap is out, so can DeGainer do it?
Well, you've got to say the odds are on, aren't they, down the Ulman Straight, if not before.
When I was a kid, I had a 1989 Ford Mustang GT, which was a horrible decision by my parents. So I am a Ford man for life. I'm going for John DeGainer.
All right. I'm going to see if Frank can hold on. You can see it from above. You can see the gap. It's about 2 car lengths at the moment. He may get close enough at the hairpin, but I doubt it. May be able to get him into 10 or Tower, but he'll definitely have a run at him at Ulman. Now you see how he closes the gap at the hairpin.
Oh, he's waiting. John DeGainer's a very good calculating race car driver. That Camaro pulled him, though, through there. There's Mark Sharon. His son is also racing here with us this weekend. Beautiful car. That's another Poncho Weaver car. Weaver Concepts.
Yeah, we had Kerry Hitt up here yesterday, and very interesting learning about how they do the design and bodywork and composites and so on for the cars. We're talking about Poncho and talking about what Kerry Hitt does for Trans Am.
Yeah, Kerry Hitt has just developed I wouldn't even call it a fire retardant fiberglass. It actually I forget the word he used, but it actually puts the fires out. And I saw it last year in Trans Am.
Wow.
Tommy Treacy was using it. Caught on fire several times, and immediately it would go out.
Wow.
It extinguished, self-extinguishing fiberglass.
That's pretty
Advanced Composites out of Pennsylvania. It's a great thing for motorsports.
Here we go, the run down the Ulman Straight. If he's going to do it, he's going to do it now. John DeGainer, can he gain on him? But I think Frank's got it. Frank's going to lead him into the final corner and take this race. So that's a great last lap by Frank. Frank Cappuccino up the pace there in the closing laps to hold on, and he'll see the checkered flag, and does take the checkered flag ahead of Jonathan DeGainer. Good race. Into third place comes Mark Sharon in that beautifully looking Monster Energy Trans Am car. Third place for the Dodge Challenger then. The Weaver car taking third, with the man himself, Poncho Weaver, in the top 10. Good stuff. So, more action to come from SVRA, and don't forget the stock cars and Trans Am TA2's feature race coming up at 1 p.m. local Eastern Time. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more action. Stay with us.
Why am I excited to drive? It won't be a burden on my family to drive me to my extracurriculars, including swimming, show choir, voice lessons, youth group, and leadership programs.
Places I need to be, like sports, so my parents don't have to drive me, and so I can have a social life.
I'm excited to drive so I can go from 2 horsepower to 100.
I could say because of freedom, but I'm more excited for what I will be driving. A 1972 Datsun 240Z.
I'm excited to drive because I'm going to save the manual, like this one.
Hey man, you can't drive that thing yet. You don't have a license.
I am excited to drive because it'll be a monumental step to a life of independence. And who knows, maybe my dad will let me drive his favorite.
Beats walking.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
Welcome back to Sebring, high above the Florida track, as we continue our coverage of the Sebring SpeedTour, the first round of the SpeedTour for 2022, and we will be circumnavigating the United States alongside me, Ben Sissel, once again, as we get ready for our next group in action.
Now this is my favorite group. There's Travis Engen. Thumbs up. All right, guys, let's see. We're going to get thumbs up, waves, or nothing. So, Trav, we got one for thumbs up there. Travis Engen. He was a SVRA Driver of the Year. There's John Nash. He was our Rookie of the Year a few years ago, racing with us. Then he was our Group 3 champion this year. We've got our Group 1 champion right there. Travis Engen was our Group 5 champion and our Group 11 champion, I believe. So there's we got a lot of champions in this one. But this is Group 6 is the crowd favorite. This is my favorite because it's got the MGs, it's got the Triumphs, it's got the British stuff that I love. That Lotus 23B. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. The first 5 cars are all British. I do too. Talking to you, producer. I love that car as well. That number 80 there, David got. So I'm hearing in my ear the cars that the producers all the way in the Isle of Man love, and we must love the same cars. So everybody involved in this has a love for cars. There's that number 8 of Nicholas Clements. We saw him in the other Group 8 car. That's a 1960 356B. Then there's James Freeman. This is a beautiful car, this Devon. Look at that. He even has a passenger seat. We were talking about right-hand drive having a little bit of an advantage. There's JR behind him from GMT. And look at this Morgan. Lots of British cars.
I like that.
If this was an Axis versus Allies race,
oh, look at
Allies.
That. Is there prizes?
Look at that.
Insta Classics. Did you see
he
that?
He just gave us a heart. He just gave us
and a thumbs up.
My new hero.
There you go.
So yeah, MSA Classics right there.
I remember this man's school days.
Triumph. So he's winning right now. Let's see, who was that?
There you go. There's that. You were talking about the Morgan without the wood.
So see the ash wood right there?
Yeah.
That's Mark Pomeroy, my new favorite driver. He gave us that Justin Bieber heart-shaped hands. That's a new one. Didn't expect that.
Yes, thoroughly modern. Well, they're on track, and this are 1, 3, 4, and 5B.
So let's go through the makes here, because this is what's so cool. We were talking about Axis versus Allies. There's a Japanese car out there. There's an Italian car out there. There's an Italian, German. So there's the Axis. Now let's get to a Lotus 23B, a Lotus Super 7, an Austin Healey Sprite, an MGB, a Triumph TR4, a Devon SS, a Morgan Plus 4, a Triumph Spitfire, an MG Midget, a Triumph Herald, an MGB, an MGB, an MGTF, a Triumph. That's amazing. No American cars in this. So we've got Travis Engens, John Nash, Scott Frazier, Andrew Moore, David Gott, Nicholas Clements, James Freeman, Mark Pomeroy, Tom Brown, Rick Frazier, Jerry L. Barker, Anthony Hess, Jeffrey Barber, Alan Schamer, Glenn Moore. Look at that, an Osprey right there here
Is that
in
a British
Florida.
Car?
That, no, but I'm surprised. Well, let's ask the comment section. Has
They
any car
put their nest on
manufacturer, I know
there.
there's an airplane Osprey, but is there a car Osprey?
there is
There's
not.
a Thunderbird, there's a Falcon. I'm sure there's
There might well
somebody
be. I'd
made
love
one.
to be corrected on that.
Glenn Moore, Russell Jones, Philip Gott, Frank Farrell, and Keith Denahan. So it's not just people that are car fans. That Osprey also is really liking this.
Well, they're pretty famous here at Sebring. They nest on the pylons like that, and there are some years that you come here, and there's about 6 of those nests. So we're getting ready to go on a full grid. Travis Engens leading the way, John Nash alongside him. 17 car at the Porsche 356B Roadster. That's what we got a question. That's the 1960, yeah.
A mic on if I want to be heard. The number 17 car we had a question from YouTube is a 1958 Devon SS. I will try to find out before the end of this race what chassis that is on. So, Jonathan, I'm going to take a trip to pit lane and find that out for our viewers.
That's good.
Ask and you shall receive.
Yes, we can, as much as we can tell you. It's a 1958 Devon SS, but we're going to send the mighty Ben down there to get some more information. So look out for the number 17 in all red. But well spotted. And we're looking at Nicholas Clemens in the Porsche 356B Roadster. That's how we love it. This really is a European fest. Yes, we've got the odd master out there, but it's mainly British and Italian. Got that Fiat Abarth in white from Russell Jones, 773. We'll look out for that. And most of these cars, late 50s, early 60s. The old 70s car, a couple of MGs from the 70s. We've got a 72 MG Midget and a 73 MGB. And as they come down the Almond Straight, you can see them in the distance. Here they are. We'll keep an eye on those lights because they're still on at the moment, but they should as we get back to the halfway point. There it is. They go off. That means we're ready to race, and that means that Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B are about to get underway. And this will be their last race, their second feature race of the weekend for them. Coming up next, we've also got Group 5A, 7, and 11. We've got the stock cars coming up. Then we take a lunch break, and then we have the big one, the TA2 feature race. He's been working hard, that Honda Civic, this weekend, and now he leaves them. Now, can John Nash get the better of Travis Engens? They always have good races, these two. They're both in 62 Lotuses, one a 23B, the other the Super 7-3, the silver one. And you're looking at the 114. And that's Philip Gott in the TR4. Here we go then. Our next group race starts off in anger, and away they go. And a good start, in fact, from Travis in the 23B. He's got the run. Good start also by the 17 of James Freeman in that Devon that Ben's gone to find out about. So he's going to feature. There's that lovely white Morgan. Ah, beautiful. And that's the MGTF Roadster in the white and maroon at the back there. Very nice indeed. Saw a lot of that yesterday, and he looks as though he's really enjoying himself. Swooping through 3, 4, and 5, and under the bridge down towards 7 again for the first time. And look at the lead that Travis Engen's pulled already. And now looking for a way past the number 8, Nicholas Clemens, in that 356 Porsche. Ben's back. What do you got, Ben?
Got some great information. There it is, the number 17, that red car of James Freeman. It's a small block Chevy, V8, 3 two-barrel carburetors, and that is one of 14 Devon factory SS's.
Oh, wow.
Small block Chevy, 3 two-barrel carburetors, and one of 14, and here he is out racing. There he is, Travis Engen.
Flying at the moment.
Another SVRA Driver of the Year.
He's pulling away already dramatically over John Nash. He got a great run from the start. Going to have a good battle for second and third, I think.
Yeah, Travis Engen, with the skill that he has, that's another GMT prepared car. That's who I went to talk to get the information about that Devon SS. I went down and talked to JR, the man that builds the cars for him, GMT out of Connecticut. So if you have a specialty car, JR at GMT can definitely help you out with that. And then they also help out with track management. So we crowned a lot of champions last night, and JR is the shop over a few of them. Quite a few of them.
Well, you can see the gap. There is John Nash in second place. We've got a good battle starting to evolve.
Where's Frazier? Where's Kermit the Frog Eye Sprite?
He disappeared, didn't he?
He did. There's John Nash. Look at that. You can see his hands moving. You can see, he could reach out if he wasn't wearing arm restraints. He should be wearing arm restraints and touch the ground in that Lotus.
True. Nicholas Clemens coming around in third. Now we've got a good battle for fourth place, held off by James Freeman in the 17. But he's got an MGB behind him. There's your bug eye.
Yep.
Still there.
Yeah. That's our Group 1 champion. But Freeman making the pass on that 350. 356. That really good driving there from that Nicholas Clemens, seeing that, avoiding that accident. So, a lot of times we only talk about the incidents. I'd like to brag on our drivers that do what they can to avoid accidents.
Well, that was a good
I'm going to give that to Nicholas Clemens and James Freeman. Way to go, way to be aware, see each other. We love when they race hard, and we love it when they avoid incidents.
You mentioned all the countries. Got Andrew McLean out there from Scotland, born in Scotland, but he's been here a while, hasn't he? Racing in SVRA.
Awesome driver. He actually had his son come through our racing school at Rolling Road a few years ago. But, man, anytime you're driving a race car with wire wheels, the look of that is just so cool. The driver's just got cojones of steel. I love it. Anytime you drive wire wheels in a race car, you have my attention. So I hear from Manuel J. Gomez, MJG from Miami. Excellent, excellent. Beautiful cars from different categories and years. I wish I could be there. Go, go, go. Well, Manuel, we're back next year,
nice
same time, same channel, Sebring SpeedTour with that MGB.
Nicely done by Andrew Moore. Good overtake. Well, I hope they put some historic races on the Miami race coming in May. Of course, Formula One coming to Miami. I wonder if they'll do a display of, or at least some racing of historics down there.
Maybe. Should be fun. So as a Brit, don't you love seeing the British cars and the Brit?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That's why I'm so excited to see Aston Martin these days going back to our roots with the British flag on the front and the all-green car. But yeah, that British racing green, I remember first seeing it on the Bentleys, or at least pictures of it in the 30s Bentleys. And yeah, from there on in, yeah, it's a love affair.
Oh, yeah. And that Aston Martin green, a little bit different than the Leyland green. A little bit lighter, but that's such a pretty green. But here's two British racing green cars racing each other. So if you don't know, back in the day, like pre-war days, each country had a Grand Prix color. So Germany was silver, British was green, Italian was red, the U.S. was white and blue.
France was blue, deep blue.
Viva la bleu.
La bleu.
So that's why Alpine, right, is still blue.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's pretty neat, the traditions. The silver arrows of Germany. It's pretty neat. And there's David. Got it. Nice. That is our producer's favorite car out, but it's smoking.
But okay.
This is a non-smoking section, David. So, ladies and gentlemen watching this, what are your favorites? I'm here in the 356. Bathtub is oversteering from downforce 65. Good eye. Father-son triumphs on track right now with Phil Gott and Dave Gott. Good stuff. They're from Joanna Ellis. See, we've got some fans on here.
I like that TR4.
Come on, Andrew.
That Triumph TR4 is for me.
Yeah, that's neat. That is with the big flares. I had a 63 TR4. I don't know. I really like Kermit the Frog. Here, he's run 2 gold helmet with us, national championships. He's won the championship overall with us, and he just brought his new son Jensen here. And Jensen is already a car enthusiast, probably just over a year old. So at least we have one new kid that's coming up that's going to really love racing, and that's the way to do it.
Absolutely.
So we have 2 father-sons in here, the 2 Triumphs of the Gotts, the 2 Frasers, Rick and Scott. So that's fun to see.
2 father and son combinations
in the same field.
That just looks fun. Forget if you're a racing driver. That just looks fun, doesn't it? Take this round of track. I keep saying it's a little smoky.
Yeah, well, the Triumph is smoking, but Andrew Moore and that MGB pulled off. He's getting off there to the right.
Yes, he has. Slowed down, hasn't he?
So, for those of you that don't know this, Sebring is a rough circuit.
Yeah.
It's really, really hard on these cars. It's basically designed to break these cars or break the driver's spirit, whichever comes first. And with these old machines, the British machines, you know, sometimes things go wrong. So if you can finish a race on Sunday at Sebring after all these sessions and pull the car on the trailer under its own power, you have won the race in my mind. We might have a pass there going into 17.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. But there's my favorite. There it is. So I've got 2 favorites. Got the Morgan without the tire on the back and the TR4. There you go.
So we did have a pass there over that TR4. The TR4's got a little bit more motor. Fraser's got a little bit less weight. So that TR4 should probably have about a 2138. The Bug-Eye Sprite would have about a 1500.
Oh, he's hitting those bumps. You took him out the track. That's going to be a heck of a ride.
So I'm hearing Andrew McLean may be in that Morgan. Is that right? Anybody know, is Andrew McLean in that Morgan?
Well, let's have a look. Yeah, 13.
That's saying Mark Pomeroy. Is there another Morgan out there? I don't know. But I'm seeing Andrew McLean. Am I scoring?
Maybe.
Here's some brakes.
I know.
To Franklin Road, turn 7.
The same thing, yeah.
There's that Spitfire, named after the famous British, talking about Axis and Allies, the British fighter plane.
Yep.
We had the Mustangs. You guys had the Spitfires.
If you ever get close to a Spitfire, it's or ever see one in its glory, it's absolutely fantastic.
Great airplanes. We we are in Sebring, Florida, if you're just joining us. If you drink orange juice, it probably came from a 50-mile radius of this racetrack. We are in Citrus. There he is. There's Andrew McLean.
Yeah,
got the car back. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe it. I guess now, ladies and gentlemen, just 2 days ago, that car rolled at turn 17. He just got a little bit sideways, counterlocked the wheels gripped, and it made him roll. Single car incident. They were able to hammer it out, and there he is out there racing. So
it's immaculate.
Andrew McLean.
Wow, that's amazing.
That is, so he texted me a picture. I wish I could insert it here. He didn't get to start yesterday, so when they were at the grid, he texted me a picture of him like a sprinter, an Olympic sprinter, in his starting spot. So I thought that was pretty funny. And that's the beauty of this. So Andrew McLean, Scott and Rick Frazier, Todd Cruz comes out sometimes. They have all prepared their cars exactly the same through MSA Classics and Mitch. So there's basically a spec class inside of our Group 1. And there's two of them right there, Andrew McLean and Rick Frazier. Rick Frazier in the 007 from Atlanta, Georgia. That's a beautiful car as well.
Currently in 12th position.
Look at the smile on that blue car, just so happy to be back. And the Triumph Herald.
I like that too, though. I said that yesterday. Jerry Parker at the wheel.
It's got those saber-tooth bumpers up there on the front.
Yeah.
So there's two just square bricks racing against each other. That Alpha and that Triumph Herald just having a blast. The aero package on that is nil. Doesn't exist. And it just makes for some fun racing.
But back in the 60s, that was your car.
Yeah, that Alpha up front was the Italian police cars back in the day.
Was it really?
Yeah, if you watch the Italian Job, those minis in the original Italian Job are being chased by those Alpha police cars.
Yeah, makes sense. Now they use Lamborghinis.
Yeah, that's scary.
They've got wise. Travis Engen a long way in the front at the moment on John Nash, but that won't matter. The two Lotuses leading the way from the Austin Healey. Nicholas Clements third at the moment in the Porsche 356 Roadster.
So I'm hearing comments from Wayne Hill that said he was a corner worker when these cars were
in their heyday.
New. So that's awesome to see, Wayne. Thank you. Yeah, Sebring was a World War II airfield. I believe it was a training ground for B-17 bombers.
Yeah.
All those concrete blocks out there are, I think, about 15 by 15 feet squares by 18 inches of depth of concrete. So they're never going to have to repave Sebring. It's going to be bumpy for life because they're never going to be able to get that concrete out of here.
There would be hell to pay. Nobody wants them to repave it, although it does need a good facelift. I'll give it that.
But that's the character of this. There would be an absolute revolt in the sports car community if they changed the concrete blocks.
So coming down on the final lap to the closing stages of this one. Plenty more to come.
Love that 149 of Jeffrey Barber, that MGB. I had a 70 MGB. That's an earlier one with those taillights. That's probably a 60. Let's see, that's a 64. With the taillights and the pull handles.
And there is our leader, and he's way ahead in that Lotus 23B. He must drive 3 or 4 cars a weekend.
Yeah, he does. He not here because we don't have a Group 2 and a Group 9. But usually he's in an Indy Lights Group 9. He's in a Formula B Group 2 Chevron, a Lola Indy Lights, this Lotus 23B, and then that beautiful Audi R8 Le Mans winning car.
Yeah. That was in action earlier this weekend. So coming down towards the checkered flag, down the Ormond Straight for the last time. Here comes Travis Engen in the distance there. Coming out of the heat haze, that number 1.
I don't see how they have the ability to fit an engine in there. Like, engines are usually taller than the body allows.
Yeah, I know. But it all fits in there. And, oh, almost missed the checkered flag, but he got it out. There he is. Well done, Travis. John Nash taking second place, or will be in a moment.
Travis Engen may have the record for the most SVRA red hats.
I saw him coming out of the Audi the other day. I realized how tall he was.
Yeah, tall, great shape to be able to drive these race cars. Big swimmer, Travis Engen.
Okay. So that concludes our latest Group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5B. Lots of different cars involved, but coming up next, we'll have our Group 5A, 7, and 11. We'll take a short break from Sebring. We'll be right back. Join us.
So I'm right.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway, the iconic home of the 12 hours of Sebring. And we've seen many a car and many a driver who have taken on that 12 hours in this weekend of the Speed Tour. But we're here for SVRA and Trans Am, and it's really heating up nicely for what should be our big finale at 1 o'clock. But we've got some nice cars to come before then.
John,
including this
Reisman in that Coyote Corvette that probably raced in the 12 hours of Sebring there with IMSA, still wearing the colors, the number badges, but that's John Reisman from Interlaken Inn. So if you're ever going to the Lime Rock area, make sure you're staying at the Interlaken Inn. John and Paul Reisman, father-son, owners of the Interlaken Inn, right by Lime Rock Park. We will be back. The Speed Tour will be back for the Memorial Day Classic. There's the 12-hour Pistons and Props, another fantastic vintage race that happens here at Sebring. And then I think this is Nick in Cantalupo in that number 54 Orica FLM9 from 2013. Glad to have these prototype 12-hour Sebring cars here. Look at those flags of our sponsors blowing in the back. No wave or no thumbs up from Nicholas Dominic in Cantalupo. There's an open wheel car. You don't see many of those. Oh, Jacek Muka. I love Jacek Muka. I got a great story about Jacek Muka.
Well,
Jacek Muka has a huge pinball machine collection. He came to Roebling Road with a wrist strap on, and I asked him how he injured himself, and he said it's a pinball injury. So you know you're living life right if you get a pinball injury.
Yeah, that's good.
There he is, Jim Farley, number 98, That is a 1978 Lola 298.
That man, thumbs up.
He gives a thumbs up. He is the CEO of the Ford Motor Company. I know Jim Farley, the race car driver, because I'm one of the podium hosts. So he's always on the podium with us over the weekend.
How about this?
And he's winning there. There goes Travis Engen,
yeah,
right out of the Lotus 23.
Literally straight out of the 23 and into this. How about a juxtaposition? Juxtaposition of cars. He's just gone from a Lotus 23 to this.
And he gave us a thumbs up. Look at the history of this car. This is the most winning car for Audi ever. Audi counts all of its Le Mans wins, all of its IMSA wins, all of its ALMS wins for this era, but also Travis Engen is in contact with the Audi team, and they have determined that this, by far, is the most winning Audi in history. How cool is that?
It's really, really cool. I've seen that race.
Look at the, so let's look at these drivers. Yeah. It's like a who's who. It's unbelievable.
Vila, Alboreto, Leto.
And there's that, we were talking about silver being the German color, Grand Prix color. There it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, how cool is it to have this history? We've got this car with so much history. Right next to it is the man driving the Ford Motor Company. And how refreshing is it as a motorsports fan to know that the man behind the helm of the Ford Motor Company is so much of an enthusiast that his days off he spends racing.
Against cars like this that we've made.
Yeah, that's the Robertsons there. In the Andrea Robertson in the 2006 Ford Duran GT, Ford GT. Beautiful car. Then we get to the sports racers there. The number 12, Jeremy Treadway. Lee Brain in the number 24, 1995 Ralt RT41SR.
With those Benetton colors, it looks as though they took the Formula One car and put side pods on it.
Yeah, I think I was talking to somebody in a car like this. It was basically an Indy Lights car that they put skin on to race in a different class. That looks like a Tennessee car right there. That's John Thompson, the Lola 9090. I met John at Mid-Ohio a few years ago. Great car, Tennessee car. 262 is Kevin Leparsky. 2004 Car Beer S2. S2 is Sports 2000. Now look at this. So that is the French blue, Viva les Bleus. How do you say that?
Bleu.
No, the Gitania.
Oh, Gitan.
Gitan? I sound so Southern American when I try to be French. Look at that. So there's our International, Sebring International. Those flags are the heritage of the drivers represented in here, and there is a Vive la France flag there. I've got so many great stories from these drivers. I went to R&M with Craig Bennett the other day and talked to the drivers, and every driver in our paddock is like, it's like a Dos Equis commercial. It's like the most interesting man in the world. The men and women that race with SVRA are the most interesting people you'll ever meet.
I must admit, there are some pretty interesting cats in this paddock, that's for sure. You could write a book on just what they do in their real world lives.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of times what happens is they had aspirations to be race car drivers. Business got in the way. They became highly successful in their personal business life. And when they could, they would come out racing and live their childhood dreams. So right now, every single man and woman out there in our paddock is absolutely living the dream here, being able to race where their heroes raced at Sebring International Raceway for the Sebring SpeedTour. And it's also so much fun for these campers. You see the spectators, because to them it's like a time machine.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So we get ready for our next race from SVRA. First round of the championship, but we'll be going to all the iconic circuits you could think of, including Sonoma and Laguna Seca. We finished it all at COTA, but in between we've got Mid-Ohio and Watkins Glen and you name it.
So talking about the most interesting man in the world, right? Jacek Muka there in that open wheel in front of Jim Farley. He is the man that invented that thing, I don't even know how to say it, but for shipping, that you can put a pallet on a rotating wheel and it shrink wraps the pallet.
Oh, yeah.
He has the patents for that, and that's how he's able to come racing and have one of the world's largest pinball collections.
I know.
Jacek Mucha.
I knew the guy that invented the cat's eye that we see on the roads that light up when you come towards him.
Yeah.
You can imagine he made a fair penny.
Yeah, and then like I gotta say something about Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford. I asked him the other night at dinner. He was having some hamburgers and some drinks with his friends. And I said, hey, man, would you come down and just kind of talk with me on the fan walk? And he looked at me, and he did. And not only that, he came, talked on the mic, answered questions from fans, talked to all the drivers. And if you're racing a Ford with us in Trans Am or SVRA, and you get to talk to Jim Farley, so just what a great guy. He really is such a nice guy. There isn't a bad person in this paddock. All of them are so super sweet. They just want to talk about cars and be race car drivers. And that's so much fun to be able to do. And I consider my job as kind of the camp counselor of the paddock. And so my job is to make sure everybody's having the best days off they can as they're out here racing. And these drivers, the men and women and behind the wheel, are having a great time with us.
Yeah. So they're forming up now to get ready to go racing as they go to the back of the circuit through Bishop and Le Mans. And then they'll head down the straight, the lights will go off, and we'll be racing again. A little bit of cloud cover in the background, but I think it's staying away for now. And we don't go late today, so I don't think it'll affect us if it does start to come in, but it's been pretty dry here.
So I see Andrea Robertson, but I don't see her husband out there. They have kind of matching cars with Robertson Racing and those 2000 Ts. That's John Reisman right there. I mean, take that Honda Civic out, the front row looks like we could be starting the 12-hour.
Yes, it does. Well, the lights are out on the Honda Civic, so that means we are going to go racing at the next corner as we'll come out of Sunset Bend and roar down that front straight of the famous Sebring International Raceway. Yesterday, that Corvette on the right did do the business and win.
So I'll get back to my most interesting people in the world, because in this group, there are a ton of them, and I've got some great stories.
All right. Regala's Evelyn. I like that Lola T70.
Oh,
beautiful
yeah,
car.
Michael Moss there. He's one of my most interesting men in the world. That Lola T70, the lines of that are just perfect.
So green flag waves, and away we go. On the right, the blue of Reisman in the Coyote Corvette. On the inside, Travis Engen on the number 2 Audi, making his way up the inside, passes the Swift, and goes into second place. Losing a spot, though, was Adam Lindemann.
So this is mixed group racing. This is 5A, 7, and 11. The Sports 2000 racers are racing each other. The prototype-looking cars are racing each other. And the Can-Am-looking cars are racing each other as we all start here. But mixed-class racing is what Sebring is all about on these different surfaces that Sebring gives us, including that dirt. Has been a racing surface today, hasn't it, Jonathan?
Yes, of course.
As they come down here into Franklin Road, turn 7.
So already Engen has slotted himself nicely to second place. Ooh,
here comes Tennessee. Ooh. Oh, he's volunteering his spot right there, right up ahead. Good pass.
Nice done. Nicely done at the classic place to overtake at Sebring at the hotel at 7. The hairpin, and now up the Fangio straight.
So there goes Travis Engen, Jacek Mucha, Nicholas Incantalupo, James Farley, Peter McLaughlin, and there is the 14th, that great pass of John Thompson over Jeremy Treadway. This is going to be the race to watch here. These S2000s set up the same. This is a spec class of racing. They have Ford Pinto engines, 2-liter engines. That's the S2000, Sports Racer 2000. One of the most competitive classes in SCCA. It is a driver's class.
Here comes your leader, first and second. Lights blazing on the Audi. He must be exhausted.
Yeah. I couldn't do it.
I was about to say, I couldn't. I mean,
like I said in the last one, because the G-forces that Audi's putting down here at 17, he stays in really good shape. We were hanging out last night at our party, he's a big swimmer. He's really into fitness, and it shows. He needs to be when he comes out to these events. And it's hot out there, ladies and gentlemen. John Reisman, Interlake and Inn, really good driver. Races with us in International GT, longtime supporter of International GT as he comes into Mission Foods, turn 3.
And these two pulling well away from the third place man, and that is
Jacek Muka.
I'll get it right. Lupo, Dominique Incantalupo is still 4th, and then James Farley in 5th at the moment. Justin Frick in 6th. He's been out already today. John Thompson in 7th, and Jeremy Treadway in 8th position.
Nicholas Incantalupo has quite a really nice car collection. So he's always racing with us, but always showing his cars in Concord. I haven't asked his permission to share what kind of cars he has, but he does really have a really nice car collection. So maybe next time I'll get permission and I'll share with you what he has, because it is a real eyebrow eye-opener of a collection. Just some fantastic pieces. But here's a fantastic piece right here with the Nicholas Incantalupo, with Jacek Muka, with Travis Engen. Every one of these cars could be in a museum. I'm so glad that they're not. I'm so glad they're out here racing with us and showing everybody what they can do. That is a 2006 Swift
yeah.
JMS 016 CP of Jacek Muka. Car 54, where are you?
I'm in 54, Orica FLM9. I don't know what the FLN stands for. Answers on a postcard.
Where is car 54? There it is, right behind Jacek Muka, followed by Jim Farley. So that's Jacek Muka, Nicholas Incantalupo in car 54. Look at that. It just looks like, that looks like that could currently race.
Yes, it does.
In the 12-hour. Jim Farley going out wide.
He's got pressure from Justin Frick at the moment.
Jim Farley's thinking, what the frick?
Oh, dear. But good one.
Look at this. Now, Jim Farley's having a great race. He and Justin Frick, those are pretty equally yoked cars.
Yep. Lee Bryan in 10th position, just behind Andrea Robertson in 9th in the number 40. She's pedaling the Ford Doran GT.
So Justin Frick had to start at the back of the pack. He's in Group 7 in 1976. A Sella PA 6 of 9.
Late braking.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the wing on that thing. The car is 20% wing.
Yeah.
It looks like a wedge of cheese. Or like a doorstop.
I don't eat a lot of green cheese, but
yeah,
you need to clean your fridge out, mate.
It's awesome. I love the British car, British Racing Green. It's just a wedge.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
What a great, look at that. That was kind of we're starting to figure out aerodynamics here in car manufacturing. You know, we're going to give you the most aero we can. Look at that lean. That's a very physical car to drive, and then driving it here at the bumpiest circuit that we run, that's got to be really tiring.
I bet he doesn't use that huge mirror he's got in front of him very often because it's too bumpy.
Somebody off there. Somebody off at turn 5, the exit of 5.
Into the dirt again. We've had a few off there this weekend.
If he backs up just 10 feet, he or she,
he'll be out of harm's way.
We won't have to go full course yellow.
No, they'll get him out of there, I would have thought.
Here we are, Nicholas Incantalupo. So Jim Farley still able to keep Justin Frick behind him. That's the battle for Group 7. Those are the first 2 Group 7 cars. So Jim doesn't care about Jacek in front of him. What he cares about is Justin Frick behind him. And if you guys think this is just vintage racing, you are poorly and sorely mistaken. This is racing. You do not want to get passed by your competitor. Jim Farley right now wants to make that car as wide as he possibly can. Justin Frick was able to move up from the back of the pack, but now trying to catch Jim Farley is going to be a whole nother story as they come under the Marathon Coach banner to Mission Foods, turn 3. Look at this. You can see the safety vehicle coming down the photo road to rescue our car.
Back,
Sebring International, so good at keeping us going full course green. In other tracks we race, that might be a local yellow or a full course yellow, but here we're able to stay green. So thank you so much to Billy Kingston, Matt Muha at Sebring International Raceway for keeping us running, because there's some great racing here throughout the field. But right now we're focused on the gym. Oh no,
that's
Michael
the Lola.
Moss. Well, here's my chance to talk about Michael Moss.
Okay. I think he's out of the car.
I hope not. I think he just opened the door for breathing.
Okay.
Michael Moss, Red Lola T70. He lectures at the U.S. Naval War College. That means he lectures to admirals and the highest ranked people. He was the principal behind with the Pineapple Express of just recently of our withdrawal from Afghanistan to rescue the Afghan SIVs.
Wow.
He was a big operator in that. So Michael Moss, you, sir, are a global and American hero. Hats off to you for doing that, all of your work, all the work that you're doing that I'm not allowed to talk about. We really respect everything that you're doing and that you're out here racing with us. I was wondering why you've been gone for 2 years, and I think that might be the best excuse I've heard yet. So thank you so much. You, sir, are a hero.
Jeremy Treadway, we've got a good glimpse of him in 8th position there in that number 12. But yeah, here.
Then we have another David Jacobs who didn't make the start.
Yes.
A Canadian 1958 Canadian champion skier, alpine skier, and then he started Spyder, SPYDR-DER skiwear.
Of which I have worn when I skied.
All of the U.S. Olympic alpine skiers at this year's Olympics wore Spyder clothing.
Great gear.
And he's out here racing. And there we are with Andrea Robertson, the Ford Duran GT. I said yesterday she hosted a VDCA event at her race shop just outside of Road Atlanta. I got to go in there and peek inside. What a great operation. Big supporters of vintage racing. John and Andrea Robertson, thank you so much.
Yeah, that Spyder gear. I've always enjoyed skiing, but it wasn't until I got my Spyder gear that I realized you could actually be comfortable out on the mountain.
Yeah, exactly. and they don't just sell, they sell like leisure wear too.
Yes,
so comfortable.
Yep. Good stuff. So Reisman leads the way in the 33A. Travis Engen still second in that beautiful Audi, that most, as you pointed out, that most successful Audi ever.
All right,
frankly.
so I'm hearing from Downforce 65 of the Gattagna car, the F1 Tribute. So hopefully we can get a little more shots of that. And who are you guys rooting for in this field? I'm hearing what a crazy field. You're right, Abel Fox. But, yeah, so tell us who you guys are rooting for. Me personally, as a lifelong fan of the Ford Motor Company, I'm going for Jim Farley. And thanks, Jim, for helping me out yesterday. There it is. There's your Viva Les Bleus.
It's just a great-looking car, isn't it?
Yeah, and I believe that's under the Sasco tent this weekend. That's the 7A. Where are we?
Ralph DiMaggio.
No, that's Peter McLaughlin. 76 Lola T297, right? That's 7A, I think.
Ah, yes, 7A, yeah. That's Peter McLaughlin.
Peter McLaughlin,
Lola, yeah.
the man at the helm of SVRA when Tony bought it.
Ah, okay.
So big-time supporter of vintage racing, Peter McLaughlin. He ran SVRA for several years, so thank you for your efforts there, Peter. And it's so glad to have you back. Racing against 262, Kevin Leparski waving to you to try to get by. But, you know, Peter, don't let him by. So there you go. Again, ask and you shall receive. We're going to get some shots of the cars that you want. I've heard from the Ford GT.
Now we've got a tow truck on track. Let's clear that incident up at 5.
Here comes our leader, Reisman, coming up behind these cars. I hope they're looking in their mirrors because they're having a race themselves. This is my biggest worry. They're having a race themselves. So the 262 there, Kevin Leparski, is hopefully looking in his mirrors, but it's up to Reisman in vintage racing to make a safe, clean pass. He's got a huge gap. So Reisman, take your time making the pass because you see ahead of you, they're having a race of their own.
Clock ticking down, and it's probably 1 or 2 laps to go now. As we take a look at the 34 coming into shot. And John Reisman a long way up the road now from Travis Engen in the Audi. And Cantalupo still there in a strong 3rd place in the Orica.
I want to see this battle for Group 7 with James Farley and Justin Frick. Looks like that's still going strong.
Yeah, they're still very close on track together, yeah.
James' best time was a 2:09.1. Justin Frick's was a 2:09.086. Last lap was a 2:09.086 for Justin Frick, so his last lap was his fastest lap, meaning he's coming up on Farley. As we go off there a little bit, behind that the number 8 car that looks like a Brian Redmond car, doesn't it, Jonathan?
Yeah, it does. John Delane in a Chevron. Yeah, Brian, synonymous with those Chevrons and Lolas. Yeah. He's driven it.
I'm hearing from James Bain that Peter McLaughlin is also a driver's coach. Yep. I love that that's a Canon car and the pinstripe is a film reel. You notice it's like the Canon 35mm film is the stripe on that Canon. I hope when we come up here to turn, what is that, turn 13, tower turn, we can get a shot of that. But there's our leader.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the flag man in front of me, in front of our commentary position to see if he's got, yes it is, the last lap board coming out now. And Reisman will see that in the Coyote. And there's also a yellow flag out. So, the Whelen-sponsored 33A, John Reisman, on his way, as he did yesterday, pretty much. And he's got a good 30 seconds over much of the field, but Travis Engen still 8 seconds in touch with him. So, good run in the R8 LMP. Cantalupo still 3rd in the Orica.
Yeah, we are showing like a little local yellow there.
Yeah,
starter stand. I'm not sure what that's for.
That's for, yeah. And he put it out after the leader went through, which is interesting.
Oh, I'm just getting word from the producers. The car before spun.
There you go.
Thank you. So we're John Reisman in 1st, Travis Engen 2nd. But this is overall. Dominic and Cantalupo, Jacek Muka, James Farley 5th, Justin Frick 6th, John Thompson 7th, Jeremy Treadway 8th, Andrea Robertson 9th, and Lee Brain 10th. I want to get to this Jim Farley, Justin Frick battle as we're watching right across. There comes the Wright Motorsports car getting ready, the hauler, getting ready for the 12-hour.
Yeah, it's exciting. Already starting to load up for Sebring. Yeah, that battle you're talking about is between 5th and 6th.
Here it is.
There it is.
Right there. So there's Jim Farley coming around. That is turn 4-5.
And here comes your leader. His last. Not a foot wrong.
Yeah. Way to go. John Reisman, Interlaken in 2014 Coyote Corvette DP Daytona prototype.
And he takes the checkered flag to win then in Group 5A, 7 and 11. And a nice run by John Reisman to take victory. His fastest lap, a 1:57, so he upped the pace at the end there. But that was some excellent racing. Here's your 2nd place man, Travis Engen. He'll be exhausted, surely. He's just done 2 races in a row on the bumpiest circuit in the world in 2 very different cars. A very old Lotus 23 and a very modern Audi R8.
Unbelievable. So I'm getting some feedback from Eric Cartman of South Park, Colorado. Too many drone shots, but Eric, there's 2 O's and too many drone shots, not just one. So I'm giving you some feedback.
Oh, don't mess with Ben. So, as the trucks clear away some of the debris, we've had another nice and interesting group set of races, won by John Reisman, and we'll take a short break from Sebring. We'll be right back. Join us in a moment.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway, where we've got a bit of cloud cover, as you can see, but it's still a lovely day, and I don't expect any inclement weather to come in. It's been a great weekend here to kick off our year. February early time. We get the Daytona 500. We get the 24 hours of Daytona. And here in Central Florida, as this is where it's warm, we get St. Petersburg Indy cars, and we get this, the SpeedTour with SVRA and Trans Am. And we've got Trans Am to come, but this is effectively, I would call, the feature SVRA race of the day, and it's all stock cars. We've got some famous stock cars and some famous stock car drivers, I may add. And this was a cracking race yesterday. I'm sure it'll be again the same today. As we look down the list, it's a who's who. Joe Nemechek taking the win yesterday in the Camry. There's the 44, Jet McKee in the Camry as well. That Camry from 2014. Joe's car, though, is all the way back to 2006, so we've got quite a variety of stock car, NASCAR cars. Scott Holly in the number 2. Number 0 is Lee Arnold. Home Depot stickers. And that's another part of SVRA. We try to keep everything as it was in the day. And of course, I say in the day, obviously these aren't that old in terms of when they raced. There's the 2 of Scott Holly. But they should be prepared as they were when they literally rolled off in the NASCAR series. Stock car racing, of course, synonymous here with the United States. And I would have thought it's great for our European fans tuning in. There's the 0 of Lee Arnold. To really get a close-up of these NASCARs. You see them on the ovals, you see them on your highlights reels, and you might have seen the Daytona 500, but it's great to get this close to them and look at these sponsors and really get an idea of what the tube frame stock car races all are about. They are tube frame, they're not actual production cars, obviously. They're silhouettes, as we call them here in the States, of the various marks from Chevrolet to Toyota, Ford, of course, and the odd Dodge Charger out there. Kellogg's Cornflakes. How about that? And I was saying, yeah, become almost more memorable as we look at the 5 of Larry Hoopo in the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. That's a 2006. And a little bit of overcast starting to form as the clouds come in. We've been watching them coming in since this morning. It started off as a foggy morning, but since then it's opened up. But you've got to love the sound of these fantastic stock cars in their full glory. And I had Kerry Hitt up here yesterday talking about how the difference between the Trans Am ride height and the ride height of these older stock cars. It's a much higher ride height, and we were trying to work out why that would be the case. And if anybody's got the answer to that, please write in. We think it's because of obviously racing on the ovals. You do need a bit more clearance. And as he described them, they're a little bit more robust than the average car. They tend to take a little bit of wheel banging and fairing banging. Great racing yesterday, and this is their second feature race. And they line up as they finished yesterday, so that means Joe Nemechek, who pretty much in his time in NASCAR won everything there was. And of course the Nemechek family still involved in NASCAR, very much so. Yeah. It's interesting, Joe last competed in NASCAR back in the Truck Series for the Nemco, his own team. But at 58, still going strong. And of course, John Hunter Nemechek, that's why I say the family name continues, is very much a part of modern day NASCAR. Great to have him on board this weekend. He hasn't lost any of his pace either. But in his career, he pretty much did everything. He was Rookie of the Year in USAR in 1998. Went on to become the champion of the Busch Series in 1992. And in 1989, before that, he was the All-Pro Super Series champion. Joe Nemechek. Front Row Joe. Delighted to have him on board as a special guest this weekend. And yeah, I think it's a great group. I saw the group when it came out, and I thought, all stock cars, that's going to be interesting. And it's proved to be thus. And it fits right into the SVRA category. Tony Perella wanting to bring as much to the table as possible and give everybody a run, and also keep the diversity going. We've had historic Trans Am, and now some historic stock car races. Oh, the bird flies through. And the Honda Civic, lights are off, which means we're going racing. And cars that vary from, what, 1987 all the way through to 2014. And here's a stock car fan alongside me. I've just been given the accolades of Mr. Nemechek as he leads the field. But there's a bunch of really good races in this one, isn't there?
Yeah. Front Row Joe.
Yes.
But he is I guess the most starts in NASCAR,
yeah,
correct?
Yeah. Here we go then. Green flag waves, and away they go to the beautiful sand of stock car racing in America at a track they wouldn't normally come to, Sebring.
If I were to guess right now, I'd say we're going to see a Camping World Truck Series race or an Xfinity race here by 2025. Oh, he goes way wide.
Way wide.
Hold on to it. Go
it.
straight.
Keep your foot in, keep your foot in, and he's done just that. I don't know why I'm telling him how to drive. He knew exactly what to do, but it is tough when you've got that much power underneath your foot to stay straight, right?
It is, and what's weird, it's deceiving about Sebring is it's like 6 lanes going into the turn, and it condenses down to 3 lanes quickly. Yeah. It doesn't funnel into 3 lanes. It just goes from 6 to 3 instantly.
So, a dramatic start, and away we go.
So we've got Front Row Joe Nemechek in first, Jeff McKee in second, Mike Skinner, who I think in
had a chance to talk about it.
Daytona 500 pole winner. Scott Hall. Oh, here we go. We've got some replay.
Here you go, off the start. Yeah, everybody jostling for position. They all popped out, didn't they? And like you say, it's 5, 6 wide, or it can be into 1, but then it really does funnel in. So they dive through here, then suddenly you run out of road, and that's exactly what happened here to the number 19. A joyride for Donnie Strickland in that Monte Carlo.
Great replay there from Green Light. So here we are at Sebring International Raceway. Stock cars, ladies and gentlemen. Don't adjust your eyes or TV. We've got NASCAR stock cars racing here with us at Sebring International Raceway. And what's your favorite out there, Jonathan?
I don't know. Like I said, I almost go off the brands. So it's the cars that I recognize that either have the branding that I recognized at the time, like the Home Depot that's coming in here in second place, or in second of these 2 cars. Shows an all-black number, but that doesn't matter. We're talking about the driver more than the car.
Oh, well, I like food, so I like the Kellogg's one. But my favorite car in this is the Ford Thunderbird, the 87 Ford Thunderbird of Carlos Gann. Yeah, unbelievable car. So that looks like a Tony Stewart car to me. And it was funny, the great thing about NASCAR is if you were a Tony Stewart fan, you would not shop at Lowe's. And if you were a Jimmy Johnson fan, you would not go to Home Depot.
Yep.
And then when Rusty Wallace went from Miller Genuine Draft to Miller Light, some people thought that was not cool.
Rusty Wallace in the Genuine Draft car. That's when I started really tuning into NASCAR.
Yeah, that's John Cloud in that car. Scott Hawley is in the other Rusty Wallace from 2000, the Penske Dodge Miller Lite car. There that is. That was not good grammar for me, but there is that car that I'm speaking of.
Don't be too hard on yourself.
There's a Menards car. We had Paul Menard here racing with us yesterday.
Yes, and it is the same family. A lot of people ask that question. Is it that family? And I'm like, yep.
Yes, it is. Big supporters of motorsports is Menards, and you save more money at Menards. That's their jingle, but I can't sing.
No, I can see that.
You can see me singing?
Yeah.
That's a miracle. There's the number 1 of Willie Todd. That is a NASCAR name. Willie Todd. And I think there's a guy that races with us in this group called Ricky Knuckles. Best
Ricky
NASCAR
Knuckles.
name.
I know. Dick Trickle. You got to love
Yeah.
him. I'm convinced you just cannot go racing with a name like Bob Smith.
Not NASCAR.
No.
Kenny Bupp is out there with us.
Wow.
Legend,
There's a legend.
2004 Taurus. So it's just, did you go through all the names?
I haven't gone through everybody, no, so go
Larry
for it.
Hoopa. So we've got Joe Nemechek, Jeff McKee, Mike Skinner, Scott Hawley, Lee Arnold, Matt Butson, who races with us in the Trans Am Series.
Yeah.
Kenny Bupp, his son, races with us in the Trans Am. Hoopa, Randy Walker, Neo Fernandez, Donnie Strickland, Willie Todd, Carlos Gann, Stephen Keneally, Raymond Webb, Stephen Papalis, John Cloud, and Samuel Lecomte.
And John Cloud is somebody you know very well in the Pontiac,
Oh, yeah.
who's raced in SVRA for many a year, right?
Yes, one of my heroes in SVRA. He races a little bit of everything. There's the Menards car, the number 44 there of Jeff McKee. He races that Falcon with us in Group 6. Really good race car driver. Welcome back. But yeah, John Cloud races the Boss 302, a bunch of Trans Am cars. He races in the TA2 series, and he was also a SVRA Driver of the Year.
You know, it's so funny, coming from Europe and watching NASCAR and almost presuming that they only raced ovals. I love to see the road races. I love to see these stock cars because, yes, it is hard. They don't have all the gizmos. They don't have all the bits that go to make it easy to corner. These are hard cars to race. They're simple cars, but I think that's what makes it so exciting to watch, is that the guy behind the wheel is working.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, these are very heavy, high horsepower cars. That was Lee Arnold there in that Zero black car.
Now, I've become a NASCAR fan, there's no question about it, in the last few years. And, I was there watching the 500. Watch the highlights of that on Motorsport Mondial.
Check that out.
There's my car.
That's the MGD. That's not John Cloud. That's Matthew Butson.
Yeah.
He's probably about 21, 22 years old, races with us in the TA2 series.
Yes.
And here he is out here in the Dodge Charger, and I think he's from the Pacific Northwest.
Well, here's one for your PR team. It would be good to sit down with him and get his take on driving a Trans Am car versus driving a relatively modern
Yeah, and what's funny is he's driving the era that Paul Menard was talking about, that Paul Menard associated the TA cars to the before the car of tomorrow cars in NASCAR, and really like those.
So it was like you went from, I don't know what you call it before the car of tomorrow, but that was the iteration before the next gen, right?
Yeah.
Which is all good marketing because they're fairly basic. So once again, Front Row Joe is doing what he always has, leading the way ahead of Mike Skinner. Good to see both of them out there. Scott Hawley still third, and Jeff McKee. About 10 minutes to go in this one as Donnie Strickland dives through. He's the one that went wide earlier on in the 19, but gathered it all together. 78 is Randy Walker at the back of this three-man group. There's your cornflakes car.
Yeah. Now I'm hungry again.
It's almost lunchtime.
That's Larry Hoopa.
Well, he's been part of SVRA for a while too.
Yeah, he's been racing with us a long time. I'm drawing a blank. So I'm sure our NASCAR fans are watching. Who was the number 5? Was that Labonte? Was that Terry Labonte? Who was the number 5 Kellogg's car?
In the Kellogg's car? I don't know. That is beyond me.
Labonte.
That's your guess?
If you're it's Labonte is how you're supposed to say it, but if you're NASCAR, it's Labonte.
Labonte. Or just
they try to make everything one less syllable.
Well, it's got down to the point where now it's just first names. That's Dale.
78 there. That's Randy Walker, 2000 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Okay, so ML Gordita makes me hungry again. Yeah, it says it is Terry Labonte.
Ah, well, good on you.
NASCAR ran a Grand National race at Road Atlanta in 1986. Grand National is today's Xfinity car. Yeah, Terry Labonte, 1984 and 1996 Cup champion.
But I'm right in saying no part of NASCAR has actually raced Sebring, right? You're saying it in the future, maybe the truck series.
Yeah, I can't think of a NASCAR sanctioned race at Sebring. They've practiced here, but I can't. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Carlos Gann.
Thor Thunderbird.
Yes. That is just. So who would have raced this car?
It's like a Cadillac front.
It kind of looks, that Motorcraft kind of looks like a Bill Elliott kind of car. So, ladies and gentlemen, who would have raced this Motorcraft 15? It would have to be a 9 if it was Bill. Yeah, it would have to be 9. So who else could have raced that?
I tell you, it was great having Bill Elliott in the championship at Trans Am just a couple of years ago at Road America. It was awesome.
Yeah, and Bill Elliott is a longtime supporter of Carlos Gann. They build cars together, actually, and a vintage racer. Bill Elliott will tow his own car to the track, work on his own car. Really great competitor. So it's cool to have these legends of NASCAR out. And I'm sure if Bill wasn't having to spot for that driver named Chase Elliott this weekend at Auto Club Speedway, he'd be here racing with us.
Well, I remember when he and Chase last year got together and raced in SRX with our own Ernie Francis Jr. That was a nice thing because at the time Chase was the current Cup champion.
Yeah, that is true. Look at that, though. That's the era of NASCAR that I really liked. That is a neat car. So that's a 1987 Ford Thunderbird. I had Cole Trickle to be out there racing with.
Another good name, Cole Trickle. Yeah. Cole Custer.
Yeah.
The first time I saw that name, I thought, he's going to be good. And he is.
First one in our YouTube comments to tell me who Cole Trickle was wins a thumbs up.
Was he related to Dick Trickle?
Nope, but he was named after him.
I'm good to get you, Reggie, Bobby.
Well, it's related to
I made Grosjean say that, actually.
Really?
It was very funny.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he does a good impression. And Simon Pagenaud, the same. If you ever get Pagenaud on his own, he's quite happy to go straight into NASCAR for you.
I'm getting information from Phil Manson that Dave Marcus always wore wingtip shoes when he drove. That's pretty funny.
I don't know if that's a disadvantage or a...
I don't know.
I can't see it being an advantage, but there you go. Well, Nemechek's got a good lead. He's just done a 2:07 on lap 5, so he's laying down some good laps.
All right, ML Gordita wins. She got it. Cole Trickle was from Days of Thunder.
There you go. That's right, it was.
Yeah. I do forget, though, who was the guy that they got in the rental car race with. What was the other guy's name? The antagonist. It was also a very NASCAR name.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's back to the racing. I'm getting yelled at over here. Back to the racing, guys. So here we go. Terry Labonte coming up behind. Here we go. The number 19. I don't have the number 19. There I do. Donnie Strickland. 2009 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Followed by the Terry Labonte being driven by Larry Hoopa.
The only man we haven't mentioned yet is the number 1, Willie Todd.
Woo! Boy, Scott Hawley around. Rusty Wallace loops it. Franklin Road, turn 7. Can Scott get that going back? That's a Penske Dodge. Looks like a car tomorrow. Nice job, Scott Hawley.
Captain doesn't like it when you spin his cars.
Yeah. So look, there was Rusty Wallace right behind Rusty Wallace. I don't know how he does it.
That's pretty
busy
impressive.
Man.
Yeah, Willie Todd, I just mentioned him in that Ford. He's in 4th at the moment, and he's probably up to 3rd now because Scott Hawley just went off, so that puts Todd up another place. We'll see when they come around again. But a good display, and one that is not a normal display of racing here.
I want NASCAR at Sebring now.
Okay,
Look at
now
this.
You do.
It works.
It does work. I couldn't believe it worked at Coda, but it worked beautifully, even with the rain.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait for dry weather, yeah. I tell you what, Andy Lawley should be a NASCAR commentator. He did a fantastic job.
Yep.
A guy that's been in our booth with us.
Yes, he has. At Road Atlanta. Mike Skinner's just done his fastest lap to it to 11.9. And Joe's just knocked it off a little bit.
Randy
78.
Walker. That's red, number 78. This was kind of the last era that I thought NASCAR cars actually looked like the cars they were supposed to be.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I was talking to Kerry Hitt about that yesterday, about how we all kind of lament the fact that the silhouette just isn't quite there these days, or in previous years. It's a bit better with the Gen 3, but next three.
Listen to this comment from, I'm not going to say because he might get in trouble, but back when Tom Cruise raced SCCA and in Trans Am, it was called See Cruise Crash Again, SCCA.
Oh, I see.
Careful.
Scientologists will be after you.
Larry.
Good close racing, though, between these guys, bumping over these heavy bumps, risking it all.
If that were really Terry Labonte, he might have moved him out of the way. I'm hearing that Richard Petty also raced in cowboy boots. Rowdy Burns, that's it. Lisa Carmack got it. Rowdy Burns.
Rowdy Burns. That does sound like a NASCAR.
See, I love our comments and our fans. They know so much more than we do. Keep it up, people.
Well, come join us. Come down to one of our events. Have a look at the schedule.
I'll put you on the mic. Look at the different racing surfaces. So each little place, the adhesion changes just slightly, but in a car that weighs 3,800 pounds, you're going to really feel that.
You know, that comment you got about the drones, and we got another one a little bit later saying, like I do, it's great to see these tracks from the drone, because there's so many tracks that you've been watching for years, but you never really see the outlay. You never really see what's behind or what's in front, what's in the infield. And these drones, you know, the corners. I mean, that's one of the most famous corners in the Sebring 12 Hours. But to look at it from this angle is completely different.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I love it. Man,
so the clock ticking down on our all-stock car race. The final SVRA feature race of the day.
That's the number one of Willie Todd we were talking about. Going around Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, turn 17, and there's the LL. You know, in honor of the stock car group, we probably should have thrown a white flag last lap.
Yeah.
We're going to have to make that a tradition.
Because
if these are stock car drivers, Mike Skinner and Joe Nemechek might be, what in the world does that LL thing mean? We should have thrown a white flag just in case.
Looking loose, maybe.
I'm sure they know what the checkered flag means. There goes smoke, chasing front row Joe Nemechek.
Yeah, Joe, once again.
Wait, hold on. Regarding Talladega Nights that you quoted, Phil Manson said, my dad, Ted Manson, played Chip, Ricky Bobby's grandfather. Oh, my gosh. That the kid's like paraded. Role. Yeah. Oh, that's amazing.
When that kid turns to him and says, Granddad, why don't you shut up?
Oh, my gosh.
Great role.
Yes.
Fantastic stuff.
We
digress.
Phil Manson, that is a claim to fame.
That is a good claim to fame, actually. Joe Nemechek, though, and his claim to fame is he is one of the greats. And so, too, Mike Skinner. Great to have them on board for our all-stock car race.
Ooh, he goes wide. Terry Labonte going to push him out. Here he comes. Front row Joe.
And this is his second win of the weekend. If you weren't with us yesterday, he did pretty much the same in this car yesterday. So it's a complete sweep. Front row Joe. And there's the checkered flag. And once again, Joe Nemechek, he needs to make a comeback. Historic NASCAR racing.
Still got it. Joe Nemechek.
Yep. Why don't we do that? Let's get a stock car race every weekend.
We're making a stock car championship.
Let's do it. What, really?
Yeah, we are. SVRA. It's going to be a 4-part series here. They're at the Roval with us in 2 weeks in Charlotte. And then next year it might be a 6-part.
That would be awesome. And you can see the comments from the people. They are interested. So that would be really cool. So that concludes our SVRA feature races. I hope you've enjoyed what is a very diverse group. I mean, when you think about it, we've had, what, cars that go back to the late 50s all the way up to 2020, and including some, well, rare classics like that Audi R8 and that John Nash 23 Lotus. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And so it's been a good morning of going back and looking at some of these fantastic cars and seeing some great racing amongst them. We'll take a short break. We'll be back from Sebring after this.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding mucus fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Mucus fuel treatment. It works.
Welcome back to the iconic Sebring International Raceway. We've had some great racing this morning. We started off with the International GTs early this morning, and we've been through several groups of fantastic SVRA classics throughout the morning, and we finished off there just a moment ago with the all-stock cars, and it was Front Row Joe once again doing what he does, and it's great to hear that they are going to be making a bit more of a comeback, these historic NASCAR cars. But there's still more entertainment for you to come up, because our feature race, which of course is Trans Am, modern day Trans Am 2022, round one of the T82 Championship. 48 cars will be in action, led of course by Rafa Matos, our current champion. You don't want to miss it. It is the official lunch break though for all at Sebring, so join us. You'll see the card. It will come up and give you a "we'll be coming back shortly." And so stay with us and tune in about half an hour's time when we'll be back on air to look forward to our feature race of the day, TA2. My thanks to Ben Sissel. We'll be back very soon. Stay with us here on the live stream.
Classrooms. What do you think when you hear the word classroom? Books. Notes. Tests. It's time for a change. Here at the Window Circle Project, we are reinventing the classroom.